Moving to.
Okay. Let me get everything. Let me get everything situated with the audio.
Let me
For
get
the
everything.
podcast tonight. The live podcast, July 4th vibes, you guys. Wanted to come back and talk about a pretty dope topic tonight, you guys. A pretty dope topic that we're going to get into tonight. I'm going to roll something up, though. Let me get some Red Bull. Let me get some Red Bull in me. Let me get some Red Bull in me. We got an exclusive video tonight, you guys. We have an exclusive video tonight. Get something rolled up. I hope everybody enjoyed their day. I hope everybody enjoyed their day. Hope everybody was safe today. Hope everybody was around loved ones, around their people. You know what I mean? Hope everybody just, you know what I mean? Got home safe. Hope everybody taps in, whether you're watching this live or you're watching this on demand. I appreciate you tapping in. I'm going to roll up some runts to get things started. Got some pretty interesting topics to speak on tonight. The Young Buck and 50 Cent controversy continues. That's right, you guys. We heard about it from so many years ago when 50 Cent lent Young Buck that money to get out of debt. I believe it was a 300,000. I believe it was a 300 piece. You know what I'm saying? I believe it was a 300 piece, over $250,000 to get Young Buck out of trouble when it came to his excessive spending. Tony Yayo once spoke on it, and he said he would know when he would get a big check that you would have to put half of it away. Yayo also spoke on their marijuana intake. You know what I mean? Since I'm a big chronic guy, put it in the chat, y'all. Let me know where you're tapping in from. Let me know what you're smoking on tonight. All that shit. Let me know what you're blazing on tonight. Yayo basically said he was the type of guy that would be buying the 7. He'd grab 100. Young Buck would buy the whole P. I've met those type of dudes who buy the whole P. You know what I mean? Those type of dudes will more than likely give you 100 piece for free. You know what I mean? Yo, man, you're my boy. Of course. Here goes a handful of chronic for you. Of course, you're my boy. This, that, and the third. You know what I mean? So a lot of the times, being the guy who buys the 100 piece, the 7, you'll get blessed by all those around. You know what I mean? You'll have guys that buy to the excess, guys who are always rolling up a Gotti, all different types of situations. You know what I mean? Guys that are buying a bunch and then they're going to break it down from within the groups. I mean, we saw a lot of different cases of that, even how it was depicted in the NWA film Straight Outta Compton with Eazy-E taking on the Bone Thugs and Harmony. You know what I mean? Taking them on, and he was weighing out ounces at the end of that. What up, what up, what up, Merc? Sunset Sherbert. Okay. Sunset Sherbert, that's what's up. I haven't copped any of that Sunset Sherbert. One of the Sherberts I did try was the blue apricot Sherbert. It was all right. I only got it at about 19% though, so not really much I could say. You know, I didn't really have it at the highest strain. Definitely appreciate everybody tapping in. I know it's July 4th and all that, but I want to give you guys a live show tonight. I want to give you all a great live show tonight. So I definitely appreciate whoever is tapping in. Got a whole bunch of interviews lined up for this week as well, you guys. New interviews that I'm still putting together piece by piece as well. So we got a whole bunch of work coming out this week.
Oh yeah, this is looking like a nice Ella Runts, you guys. Twisting up a nice Ella Runts here, you guys. Of course, y'all can let me know in the chat what you're all blazing. You guys can let me know in the chat what you're blazing. Springfield, Mass. Respect the Springfield, Mass. Smoking on that headband. Okay. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Wow, Mystic. You started buying Dutch Masters today because of me. That's dope. What were you smoking before that? It's crazy. Actually started capping the Dutch Masters because of Mikey T. Started copping the Dutches because of Mikey T. What up? What up? Truth Hurts. Appreciate you for tapping in, man. Truth Hurts TV in the building. Yo, that's a good jump then. That's a good jump, man. To go from to actually go from Swishers to Dutches. Yeah, I remember at one point I was smoking Swishers too. Smoking on that blue cheese tonight, night man. Okay, you're smoking good over there, bro. I remember that's one of the first weeds I actually got from the dispensary, that blue cheese. What up, what up, what up? Chase Moolah in the building. When you guys tap in, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that like button, you guys. We got some great topics tonight. Need everybody to share this video. Hit that like button. I'm going to bring in a special guest. I'm going to bring in a special guest in just a few minutes, but I need y'all to share this video. That's what's up. That's what's up. What's up, G's? Yeah. The Dutches, that's my shit, man. Dutches are my shit.
Granddaddy Perp. Granddaddy Perp. Ain't nothing wrong with some Granddaddy Perp, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with some Granddaddy Perp. Mystic Mac said, I can't roll joints for my life and it burns too quick. I can't roll joints for my life. Yeah, no, that second part, I agree with you 100%. That's why I don't really mess with joints no more, you guys. Damn, this Runts is hitting. This Runts is hitting right, you guys. This Runts is hitting right tonight, y'all. This Runts is hitting right tonight. I'm not gonna lie. Appreciate everybody who's tapping in tonight. I know it's July 4th and all that. I know it's the 4th of July. Hell, we was on streaming this morning. Top of the 4th of July. You know, I came on here, I was streaming on the top of the 4th of July. We all brought in the 4th together. Smoking hella good. I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. You know, I gotta stay smoking right. Gotta try to stay ashing right too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, 19% isn't bad. 19% isn't bad. This Runts I have is actually 20%. If you could see that, obviously. But I really appreciate everybody tapping in. We got a live episode for y'all tonight. We got a live episode tonight. We're going to be going over pretty much what turned Wack 100 and Gillie's relationship upside down. That's what we're going to be going over tonight, you guys. Happy 4th, everybody. Yeah, I really like the Runts. I actually just threw a little post of the Runts on my Instagram. If y'all didn't see it, go take a look at it. I just put an up-close look of the Runts on my Instagram. Y'all go check that shit out. Give me one second. Blueberry lemon. I see y'all. My bad about that, man. I just had to go adjust something over there in my room. Just had to adjust something over here in my media room. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to take a little light off to make a little less of a glare, to be honest with you. That's why I shut off a few of my lights today in the room, just because I was looking at it before I got into the show tonight. And I was like, sometimes less is more. So that's why I went over there and I turned one of my bigger lights off. And then I turned my backlight off. So there's just nothing. But that's behind the scenes shit, you guys. Let's talk about what we're here to talk about, man. Let's talk about what's going on in the music industry, you guys. Let's talk about what's going on in the music industry, you guys. Let's talk about a relationship that went sour, y'all. We have actually 2 relationships that went sour to discuss tonight. Young Buck and 50 Cent. Young Buck and 50 Cent, you guys. These two guys were actually great friends. Well, I mean, they were proteges. Young Buck was the protege of 50 Cent. He was 50's golden child from the South. You know what I mean? He was literally, if you look at it from a fan perspective, Young Buck was 50 Cent's Lil Wayne. If you look at it from a fan perspective, you guys, if you look at it from a business perspective as well, 50 Cent was trying to bring Young Buck up to be the next Lil Wayne. He was trying to bring him up to challenge Lil Wayne. If you guys remember that episode of Rap City, where Young Buck called out Lil Wayne. He said, "We here now." And he called out Lil Wayne on BET. You know what I'm saying? Much like Yayo would go on 106 in Park and call out Fat Joe on BET. You know what I mean? But that's way past us. I just bring that up to say that Yayo went on BET 106 in Park, and he was a hell of a guest. But I mean, sometimes the G Unit dudes kept it a little bit too real on these reality shows, or not reality shows, these award shows. They just kept it a little bit too real. And they made them go, "Yo, guys, you do know this is the show where we're giving away awards." And also, I'm thinking about doing the Mikey T Awards. I'm thinking about doing the Mikey T, the Movie Star Awards. What rapper is going to be excited to get his Mikey T? You're going to get your Mikey T Award. And we're going to have all the artists that get the awards. I'm going to have them hopefully send in an audio clip, a visual clip where they can be like, "I really appreciate getting the Mikey T. This award means a lot to me. It shows that I have been vindicated from all of the struggles that I wanted to get through in order to make it where I am." So we're going to do the Mikey T Awards, you guys, and hopefully we'll have some dope artists who get those awards. You know what I'm saying? Biggest artist, best female artist, best group, biggest artist to hate on Mikey T, all that different type of awards, you guys. Juvenile certainly went off on Young Buck, but that's a story for another day, Carlos. We might have to cover that because that story was actually kind of like, it was kind of questionable because it was like they were leaving out parts of the story until Juvenile flat out went on Young Buck, went on Vlad's show, and he said, "I'm not going to talk about Young Buck. I don't respect Young Buck whatsoever." I need everybody to hit that link in my bio right now. Or what am I talking about? Hit the link in my bio. I need everybody in here to hit that like button. Sorry, I went Instagram on y'all. Definitely appreciate everybody for tapping in here. Let's get the thoughts from the chat right now. I want to get the thoughts from the chat, you guys. So 50 Cent signed Young Buck back to G Unit. 50 Cent signed Young Buck back to G Unit with an advance of $250,000. Apparently, that was covering 2 albums, you guys. Apparently, that was covering 2 albums. Now, we all know about the situation that happened before with Young Buck. Young Buck actually got left off from ever dropping his 3rd album. Every time Young Buck turned in a 3rd album, 50 Cent denied it. 50 Cent was like, "Yo, no, I don't accept the rehab. No, I don't accept this." 50 Cent denied every single project that Young Buck brought to him, you guys. Why would Young Buck, after getting out of that deal, re-sign with 50 for $250,000 for 2 albums? 50 would never let him complete that contract, you guys. 50 would never let Young Buck complete that contract. Young Buck has put out a dozen projects, if not a dozen, a little over a half a dozen projects. And 50 could have accepted any of these joints. But let's look at the true fact, you guys. Let's look at the true fact. I'm asking you all in the poll right now, do you think that Young Buck should have re-signed with 50? Young Buck re-signed with 50 for $250,000. He re-signed with him for $250,000 for 2 projects. And technically, you guys, Young Buck did record 2 projects with 50 Cent. He recorded The Beauty and he recorded The Beast. I think it was called The Beauty of Independence. That was the first G Unit mixtape, they called it. I don't understand why they were calling it a mixtape at that point in time. It made absolutely no sense. But they were pretty much saying that The Beauty and The Beast is G Unit, would come together as one G Unit album. I think Young Buck needs to use this as an argument. I think Buck needs to use this as an argument. Yo, Fifth, I gave you 2 albums. I completed my contractual obligation. Now, what I had read before, you guys, what I had read before was that Young Buck signed to G Unit for a group album and a solo album. And that's why I was kind of like, yo, Buck, why are you digging yourself into a hole? You're digging a hole for yourself again, Buck. You know what I'm saying? You're digging that hole, Buck. Why wouldn't you just sign to G Unit as a group? I've said this before, actually. Buck, dig that hole deeper, Buck. Because, you know, you could have springboarded off of G Unit and got a major deal with Epic Records. You could have got a major deal with Atlantic Records. You could have did something, but you just had to stick with 50, right? Because it's like, it goes back to that old phone call conversation that 50 leaked when 50 was like, you got to stay close to me, Buck. You got to stay close to me. You get confused. You get confused when you're away from me, Buck. Buck, why did you stay on the tour with Throw Some D's on them, kid? Touring the South when 50 needed you out there touring Asia. 50 needed Young Buck touring Asia, completing the album called Terminate on Sight that maybe would have not been called Terminate on Sight had Young Buck finished it with them. You know what I'm saying? I feel like one of the main reasons 50 called the album Terminate on Sight was because of the fact that they had to eliminate so many G Unit members. We didn't get Game on the G Unit album. We didn't get Young Buck on the G Unit album in full. We had him on half the tracks. Carlos says Buck got blackballed. If anybody has any comments, questions in regard to the topics tonight, make sure you just share it. Share it in the chat, y'all. Send a super chat if you want it, you know, if you want me to read it directly out. Sorry about that. How's everybody doing with the poll? Let's check out the poll right now. Do you think that Young Buck should have signed back to G Unit, you guys? I say yes, under different terms. Young Buck should have signed back to G Unit strictly under the terms of being in the group G Unit. He should have never signed back to 50 in regard to a solo contract. Now he's putting himself in a whole nother predicament, you guys, signing to a solo album deal. Doesn't Young Buck remember the past? 50 kind of feel, Smurf is the big homie, man. Salute to my big brother Smurf. Hopefully he comes and jumps back on the channel one day. It's open for him. If Smurf is watching this, Smurf can come and jump back on the channel anytime he wants. It ain't nothing. It ain't no bad issues with me and Smurf. Mystic Mac says the worst G Unit follow-up album was TOS. I really was feeling, to be 100% honest with you guys, I was really feeling the Beauty and the Beast follow-up albums that 50 and G Unit were putting together. You know, I was feeling the combination of Kid with them. I was digging the whole aspect of there being 5 of them together once again because of the fact that that's what we missed out on when the Game left the group. You know what I mean? We all know G Unit started out fundamentally as a 3-man. It was a trio. You know what I mean? It was 50 alongside his 2 earners, alongside his 2 major artists, alongside the 2 people that he was going to end up pushing as his Drake and his Nicki Minaj. You know what I mean? Like artists like Rick Ross has Meek and Wale. Like Irv Gotti had Ashanti and Ja Rule. Like, you know, Jay-Z just had a whole shitload of artists. You know what I mean? But every artist has their 2 major artists, you guys. And 50 expanded. He expanded to the South. 50 expanded to the West Coast. But we didn't get to see that all together, you guys. What is popping, y'all? I'm going to ask everybody in here, what do you want the first topic to be? I'm going to put it all in your hands. This is the most interactive, live podcast. Right now, you're watching the Mikey T, the Movie Star podcast, you guys. You're watching the Mikey T, the Movie Star podcast. I want to know, what's the first topic that we're going to discuss? Gillie versus Wack or Young Buck versus 50? What's going to be the first topic we're going to discuss, you guys? We're still in the intro phase of the show. I've got a special guest coming in just a few minutes, y'all. I got a special guest coming in a few minutes. I want to wish everybody in here a happy 4th of July. I appreciate y'all for tapping in with me. Everybody's in here safe tonight, because I know it's crazy out there, man. I had to curve a few things and come home a little bit early tonight, to be real, just because it's a little bit wild out there tonight. But I'm glad we're all in here. Tomorrow it'll be a little bit more normal. Let everybody do their fireworks. Let everybody pop their champagne. You know what I'm saying? I had a little douce tonight, and we got some runts. And we got some runts on deck. Details in the building. Detail, what's good? What's good? Appreciate you for tapping in. Everybody share this video, man. You know you're rocking with the most live YouTube podcaster on the net. I'm just waiting on my deal. And then y'all are going to see what happens. Believe me, it's about to be some of the most lit shit you ever seen happen in the music industry ever. What up, Figs? What's popping with you, G's? Mike, happy 4th of July. Everybody in here, hit that like button right now. Simultaneously, hit that like button. Everybody who shows love in the chat gets shown love in return. Everybody in the chat who shows love gets shown love in return. You guys know how it goes in here, man. We got 240 people in this bitch. Let's go. We got some of the dopest news to speak on. Let's see what everybody wants to hear about. So we're going to talk about Gillie and Wack tonight, you guys. We're going to talk about Gillie and Wack, and we're going to go back to the interview. The interview that Gillie did with Blueface. An interview that was supposed to be focused on the artist. An interview that was quite literally ripped away from the artist. This is when you started to see that Wack 100 was more interesting than even his own artist, you guys. Wack 100 commands more interest. Wack 100 commands more headlines, you guys, than his own artists. I'm talking about Blueface. When Gillie and Wallo, who show love to all of the upcomers, you guys. When Gillie and Wallo, who show love to all the upcomers, I'm talking about Dirk, I'm talking about Kodak Black, I'm talking about Bobby Shmurda, rest in peace, King Von. I'm talking about all these major artists that are on the come up. When they show love to all these people, appreciate you, Mike. Mystic said the guru. Oh, man, come on, man. Y'all are killing me with the compliments, man, but I really do appreciate it, y'all. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. So when Gillie and Wallo have all of these young stars on, and then they get Blueface, who popped off with Tatiana, busted down Tatiana, you know what I'm saying? When they get Blueface on the channel and they're talking about the music, they're talking about, what are you going to do to follow up Tatiana? What's going on with the Birdman relationship? Cash Money West and all that. We saw what happened. Wack 100 took over that interview. Wack 100 took over that interview, you guys. And Wack 100 proved to the world that he wasn't just a sidekick. Rest in peace, DJ K Slay. That's one of the first places I saw Wack 100 begin to start take shape with his personality in the music industry. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know so much he had an affiliation with Ray J and Young Berg more so. We all knew about Ray J after a minute. We heard about it. Ray J in the game. Wack has taken on more interest He's taken on a higher level of interest, you guys, than even Ray J in the game. He's one of the most poppin' aspects of the internet right now. You know what I mean? Let's be honest, man. Wack 100 just needs to find a way to make his podcast as poppin' as his clubhouse, and he's going to be winning. I've given my opinion here and there. Sometimes people take my opinions. Sometimes people go on and do what they're going to do. You know what I'm saying? Hit that like button in here. Everybody show love to the channel. Everybody show love to the channel. So we got to talk about Wack 100 basically bombarding the interview of Blueface, taking it over himself. So Wack actually chimed in on the Blueface interview, and he mentioned 6ix9ine, you guys. And Blue, as Wack begun to mention 6ix9ine, Blueface was like, he's just being honest. It's an opinion. I don't think he really knew what Wack 100 was about to start saying, you guys. I don't really think he knew what Wack 100 was about to start saying, you guys. Wack 100 goes, who made the most explosion? You can't forget about the rat. 6ix9ine. We talking about music numbers. Numbers is numbers. So Wack 100, this is October of 2020, you guys. 10 months later, August of 2021, Wack 100 would go on to do his own interview with 6ix9ine and academics. Wack 100 went on to film the pilot episode of Off the Record with academics. So I want you all to take that. I'm giving you all the timeline of this so y'all can take all this information in. Wack 100 goes on to say that he would never work with 6ix9ine in this Gillie Da Kid interview, you guys. When Gillie and Wallo had Blueface on $1 Million Worth of Game, Wack 100 said he would not work with 6ix9ine. That's what we're talking about tonight. This is what we're talking about tonight, you guys. I'm your host, Mikey T, the movie star. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you subscribe right now. You don't ever want to miss Mikey T, the movie star live. We're interactive. I'm the next big thing in hip hop, and we're gonna keep going. It's all about consistency. When you want somebody that's gonna be here tomorrow, you found him. I'm not that guy who goes missing for 3 days. I'm here. Gillie versus Wack. James, this is addressed. This is getting addressed. This actually gets addressed. Actually, no, it's Gillie versus Birdman that gets addressed. It's Gillie, that Birdman. Hey, man. Now I figured out there ain't nothing wrong with Wack 100. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with Wack 100. I'm calling it down the middle, my dude. That's what I got to do. I got to come on here and I got to keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? I got to put out perspective from both sides of the stories. Otherwise, what am I doing? I'm not coming on here to ride one side. It's not what we're doing. We got to have a unbiased perspective of it. Sometimes I ride off on what somebody's doing. I disagree with it. Sometimes on both sides of the equation. If I'm not feeling what somebody's doing, I'm riding on that shit, you guys. Everybody hit that link if you want to follow me on Clubhouse as well. If you want to follow me on Clubhouse, you can follow me right there. We're going to be getting the Clubhouse lit as hell. Okay. Let me get everything going here. But yeah, we're going to get it. We're getting into this right now because Wack 100 pretty much popped into Blueface's interview. So who made the most explosion? You can't forget about the rat. 6ix9ine. We talking music numbers. I'm about to shit all over this, first of all. Numbers is numbers. Gillie came in, same perspective as me. I thought he did 40 to 50,000. Wack is like, them singles did 42 trillion. I'm sorry, man. No, they didn't do 42 trillion. They didn't even do 2 to 4 million apiece. There's no way that they even did 2 to 4 million apiece. If 6ix9ine singles kept on, you know what I'm saying? If 6ix9ine singles Wack actually did 2 to 4 million apiece, he would have never slowed up in the music industry. I know from the outside looking in, it could look really sweet. Seeing all that Gooba popped up doing 575 million views. That's got to be double platinum, right? That's got to be platinum and a half. Hold on, we just went from double platinum to platinum and a half. Something's wrong here, man. It looks sweet from the inside, from the outside looking in. But look at all the way back, 6ix9ine's first numbers, 575 million. And look at his newest video, 30 million. Look at his newest video compared to his first. It's such a drastic drop off. But again, you guys, this is an interview from August of 2020. Wack 100 was looking at 6ix9ine in a different perspective. He was looking at him in a whole different perspective to when 6ix9ine would eventually fall off the face of the earth. 6ix9ine fell off the face of the earth, you guys. He went from doing, I'm sorry, Hassan Campbell, I'm sorry that you guys were involved with a project that decreased in value 300 to 400%. 6ix9ine's first video when he came home did 39 million views in one single day. The video that he just released after all that controversy with Hassan Campbell and everybody, it did 10 million views in a day. Everybody is bragging about 10 million views in a single day. When before that, he did 39 million views in a day. Let's be real about the numbers. I know it's great to be involved with something that does 10 million views in a single day. And everybody share this video. One person out there, share Mikey T, the movie star, with one of your friends out there. We're taking this shit to the top. Next thing you know, you're going to see me on MTV, VH1, BET, E! Channel, TBS, all them television stations, you guys. This ain't no game. You're about to see this face all over the industry. This shit ain't no game. I'm taking this shit over. Next time you see this face, let's get to the news, though. Let's get to the news here, though. Gillie said, I thought that he did 40,000, 50,000. Those are the numbers that 6ix9ine actually did. For his Tattletale album, for his Day 6ix9ine, no matter what it was, you guys, 6ix9ine was moving about 40 to 50,000 first week. Maybe those singles was a different story. But 6ix9ine can come and talk to Mikey T about the numbers if he really wants to talk numbers, that somebody will actually talk it. I'm not one of those dudes who's fazed by 10 million views. I done 30, 40 million views. I done run up the views myself. Not fazed by that. A lot of people are fazed by that shit. Everybody likes to toot young boys' horn. Even back in the day when I would go talk to New York rappers, they were still tooting the dude's horn. Dude running around looking like Chucky from Rugrats and shit. Looking like Angelica and shit. You know what I mean? That shit ain't cool. That shit ain't cool. What ain't cool, Mikey T? It ain't cool when you're making a mockery of this culture. Running around, oh, yo, I'm going to buy 50 red bandanas just so it looks cool on World Star Hip Hop. Gives people a bad name is what I'm saying. He makes it harder for the next man trying to come up in the industry. Salute to my brother French Montana, making it easier for a dude like me coming up in the industry because of what he did with Cocaine City. He didn't make it look like no Fruit Loop shit. You know what I'm saying? French Montana didn't make it look like no Fruit Loop shit when he was working Cocaine City and using it as his development as a DJ. But let's keep it going. So Wack said, in regard to Gillie saying the records did 40 to 50,000 album sales first week, Wack said them singles did 42 trillion. Whatever he didn't do on the album, they made their money back off of the singles. You check them numbers. Gil is like, take the camera off of him. Take the camera off of him. So yeah, they didn't really want 6ix9ine getting all that love on their show. Gillie had previously denied 6ix9ine the opportunity to come on the show. You know what I mean? 6ix9ine was telling Gillie that it was going to be the biggest thing he ever did in his life. Like, bro, the biggest thing you ever did in your life? Like, come on, man. Gillie took major disrespect to that. You're going to tell a man who has, you know what I mean, 3 children, you know what I mean? I believe 3. I'm not 3 that I know of. Salute to all of Gillie's kids that I actually know of and shit. His daughter's very talented. Both of his sons that I know of, Mac and Cheese, very talented. You're going to tell a man who done brought kids and, you know, has a whole wife and everything like that, that the best thing he's ever going to do in his life is interview you? Like, that's some of the most disrespectful shit that you could ever say to somebody. You know what I'm saying? Dude has kids himself. You know what I mean? He's talking about this industry shit like it's going to phase somebody who done been in the room with Birdman and Kanye West. You know what I mean? So 6ix9ine really didn't play his cards right on that one. But he was just looking at it like he could pay people off. We saw that with 6ix9ine wanting to go pay Lil Tim. You know what I mean? Everything that the dude that was involved with what happened to King Von, he literally wanted to play Lil Tim for a feature. You know what I'm saying? Look what he did to Lil Perkio, the Lil Durk associate. You know what I'm saying? Now, things are going a little bit better for Perkio than Izzy Drake. Izzy Drake just got banned from Instagram. He shouldn't have started calling out Drake. Don't ever diss Drizzy, man. Drizzy is one of the coolest dudes in the industry. Drizzy actually introduced himself to me at one point when we was all chilling with Rick Ross and shit at French Montana's Pop That video shoot. Rick Ross is there. Drake comes up, and before he even addresses Ross, he comes in and addresses all of us. I made sure to let Drake know I was Mikey T, the movie star. Bet your ass, man. Bet your ass, man. I'm out there making all these plays, making all these moves, meeting Harv Pierre. Rest in peace to my brother Chinks. You know what it is. Anybody in here who doesn't think shit is official, I'm about to show you how official this shit is. I've been putting in work. I've been linked up with some of the artists that have gone on to go #1.
Lil Durk on rock with Mikey T, the movie star. You already know how you rocking, man. 300.
Who you rocking with?
Lil Durk on rock with Mikey T, the movie star. You already know how you rocking, man. 300.
300. That's right. 300 shit. 300 shit on this side, you guys. Salute my little bro. Little bro back then. Salute bro Dirt. 300 shit. Smoking on runts. Smoking on runts. That's my bro right there. Let me throw it up one more time for y'all.
Lil Durk on rock with Mikey T, the movie star. You already know how you rocking, man. 300.
300. Who else is doing it like this? What other bloggers doing it 300 like this, you guys? What other bloggers doing it 300 like this? Let's go. Rest in peace to Chinks. Yes, rest in peace to my bro Chinks. My bad, y'all, if I turned a lot of y'all off by doing that shit, man. I got to show y'all how animated I could get sometimes. So listen. Wack is like, you can hate on the numbers. The numbers is the numbers. I don't F with him. Listen to what Wack is saying there in regard to 6ix9ine. I don't F with him. But shit, when someone hits you in the face with the numbers, what are you gonna say? Share this video, everybody. I need everybody in here to share this video with at least one of your friends. Hit that like button right now. Let them know Mikey T is the most lit blogger out. Let them know Mikey T is the most lit blogger out. Gillie's like, so now that you know the numbers, would you sign him? Gillie put Wack 100. He put him on the spot. In October of 2020, 10 months before Wack 100 would go on to interview Tekashi himself. Gillie, the king of media, put that man on the spot, you guys. He said, so now that you know the numbers, Would you sign him? Gillie put that man on the spot. Subscribe to this channel. Make sure you never miss one of my live podcasts, you guys. I'm on every night at 10:30. Mikey T, the movie star. Yeah, you must not know my shit, bro. I've been doing interviews since 2009. Appreciate everybody tapping in. Appreciate everybody tapping in. Need everybody in here to share this video with at least one friend. I challenge y'all out there to tell at least one friend about Mikey T, the movie star. Major respect to my big bro, Math Hoffa. Math Hoffa does some of the most amazing work. This is an epic show tonight, though, guys. So Gillie asked Wack, so now that you know the numbers, would you sign him? And this is August 2020, you guys. It's October 2020. And then Wack would link up with Tekashi August 2021, 10 months later, you guys. Wack said, I would never sign him. But we talking who made some noise. That boy got out of prison. I would never sign him. I would never sign him because he wouldn't be allowed to do the shit that he do. He can't sign to real dudes on my watch because I'm going to tell him to show up and let them do their thing. Now, Wack 100 said he can't sign to real dudes on my watch. He can't sign to real dudes on my watch. Let me bring my bro SV Twiz in here. Yo, SV Twiz, what is good, my brother?
Mikey, what's good, bro? Much love and respect as always, man. What's good? What's good?
Yo, right now, I'm bringing it back to where the Gillie and Wack 100 beef got serious. This is kind of like when Gillie interviewed Blueface, Twiz. For everybody who doesn't know, this is my co-host, SV Twiz from Philly, the hood blogger.
Shout out to the whole chat. Y'all know how we carry it.
Twiz, everything good on your end? You need to shut down and come back in. We got
if I'm not clear,
we got like 500 people in here, so I just want to make sure you are completely clear.
I'm clear. Can you hear me clear, or do I got to connect the Wi-Fi?
All right, you seem good, bro. You seem good.
All right.
So Twiz,
cool.
Basically, yo, happy 4th of July, bro. Happy Father's Day as well. I know I missed that one.
Appreciate it. It's all good. Same to you, man, and same to everybody in the chat. Appreciate it.
So, yo, bro, when Gillie did this interview with Blueface, you kind of seen like this was the beginning of Wack 100 starting to take a more of an interest factor than even his own artist.
True. That's a fact. It's a big fact.
What'd you think about that, man? What did you think about Wack 100 pretty much controlling Blueface's interview?
Well, that just showed me that he wants to be more than just a manager. The manager is the silent businessman. He's the guy that controls things behind scenes, connect the dots, unties the loops and things of that nature. Just seeing him come out and you know, jumping and trying to take over the interview and being so as outspoken as he is, let us know that it's more to the money for him. You know what I mean? He wants more than just to get to the bag, basically. He wants the fame. He wants the attention. You know, he wants the spotlight. So that's what I got from it.
So, Twiz, just to bring it back to the top here, you know, they're talking about who the hottest rappers are in the industry, and Wack 100 chimes in, and Blueface is like, he's just being honest. It's his opinion. Now, this is before Wack 100 makes a mention of 6ix9ine. So right after that, Wack 100 goes, who made the most explosion? You can't forget about the rat. 6ix9ine. We talking music numbers. Numbers is numbers. And Gillie came in, Twiz, and said, I thought he did 40 or 50,000 units. You know what I mean? That's what his album sales were, Twiz. There wasn't really much of a big deal over all those big numbers. It didn't really jump his sales up to 200,000 or 300,000 first week.
Yeah, facts. It was all the other stuff that added to that that boosted his stock more. All the drama in between the music is what brought more attention to him before and after he told. You know what I mean?
Now, Wack came back. Wack said them singles did 42 trillion. Whatever he didn't do on the album, they made their money back off of the singles. You check the numbers. I mean, we could go back and check the numbers all day, Twiz, but it's not going to be 42 trillion. I mean,
Yeah, facts.
there's a reason why 6ix9ine stepped back from the music in the first place, but it was after this interview. This interview took place October 2020 when all the numbers were looking sweet,
Facts. Facts. And it shows you how long Wack was already plotting to, have a part with 6ix9ine.
Guy was in love with those sales. He was like, these sales are crazy. And that brings me to this. He's like, Gillie actually said, take the camera off of him, Twiz. Because at this point, the interview really wasn't supposed to be with Wack 100. Gillie has King Von on the show. Gillie has Little Dirk. He has, you know what I mean? He has freaking upcoming rappers on the show. He doesn't have, you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't really have the older generation, Twiz.
Facts. He don't. And on top of that, it was based on Blueface. You know what I mean? Talking about what he had going on and things of that nature. With them even talking about like the show and all of that Blueface had. You know what I mean? But Wack continued to chime in.
Yeah, exactly. Now Wack goes, you can't hate on the numbers. The numbers is the numbers. I don't F with him, but shit, when someone hits you in the face with the numbers, what you gonna say? So Gillie put him on the point. Gillie put him on the spot, Twiz. Gillie said, so now that you know the numbers, would you sign him? Wack said, I would never sign him. But we talking about who made some noise. Listen, he said, the boy got out of prison. I would never sign him. I would never sign him because he wouldn't be allowed to do the shit that he do. He can't sign to the real dudes on my watch because I'm going to tell him to show up and let them do their thing. Now, Twiz, that's one part I want to go over right here where he says he wouldn't be allowed to do the shit he do. Now, Wack 100 was saying pretty much like, if he's going to be alongside 6ix9ine, 6ix9ine wouldn't be able to go on the internet and say, suck my D, and go on the internet and say, F this guy, F that guy. Why would Wack 100 limit him from doing what he wants to do?
At that time, I feel like Wack probably meant like, you can't be out here talking crazy to guys and think you're going to hide behind people when it's time for it to go down. Like, for instance, if you talking crazy to Dirk or somebody like that, this guy come to you face to face. Don't think you're going to have 7, 8 people around you to, help you for protection. You got to stand on what you say, face that man. And, you got to stand on that. Those are the principles he seemed to stand on, you know what I mean? At that time, definitely.
Wow. Great explanation, Twiz. And then he also said he can't sign to real dudes on my watch. He can't sign to real dudes on my watch. Does that mean, am I reading into this too much? Does that mean he can't sign to them? He would only be able to sign to me?
He probably talking about like him and the people that surround him. At that time, he seemed to probably still have some more loyalty to what he had came from at that time. You know what I mean? He seemed like he was still trying to not let down what he's supposed to stand for. He screamed Pyro, we talking Compton and all of that. So dealing with somebody like him that go against everything that you stand for.
Yep, I think you're 100% right on that, Twiz, because this is one of the first times that we're getting to see Wack 100 literally take over his artist interview. It's like, wow. The guy is almost more important than his artist. He's more important than the Ray J interview.
He is. He's more
important than the Blueface.
Facts. Big facts.
But Twiz, this was literally 10 months before Wack would go on to interview 6ix9ine on the debut episode of Off the Record. So Wallo asked, this is where the conversation really broke down, man. He said, is the rap game filled with real dudes? And Gillie was just adamant. He was like, no, it's not. Then Gillie said, Wack, you F with some dudes that's not real. Wack replied, no, I don't. Name one. Why does Gillie go there right off bat, Twiz? He like, okay, you could say all day subliminally dudes in the industry aren't real, but why does he go right there with Wack, right there off top, Twiz? You mess with people who aren't real.
I feel like they had that playful relationship where they'd be saying something in a jokingly manner, but it's the truth. It's just like how Wallo and Gillie go back and forth. You know what I mean? They'd throw something out there and say it in a joking manner, but it's really truth behind it.
Yep. It's kind of like what they say, in every joke there is truth. It kind of like when you get drunk, the truth comes out.
Facts.
Yep. Wow, everybody share this video, man. We're about to tip 700 people in here tonight. I'm your host, man. Mikey T, the movie star. I'm joined by my co-host, SV Twiz, the hood blogger.
Y'all know how we carry it. We keep it raw and uncut.
Subscribe. What's up, Twiz? Talk to him, brother.
Chilling, man. It's going to go down tonight, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, y'all. I hope y'all ready for it, man, because, you know, we don't be biased. We keep it a stack, man, and it's where it's at, man. It's the hip-hop panel, the true hip-hop panel.
Hell yeah, man. You already know what we do. But I feel like this is where that friendship really took the turn, Twiz. Like, because, you know, like, you could be joking around with your friends all the time, but it's going to get to the certain point where, yo, man, does he really, like, feel that? How does that go, Twiz? Like,
all right, so I didn't mean to cut you off, Mikey, but I like to compare their relationship to you slapboxing with your homie, and in the middle of the slapbox, your homie smack you a little too hard. You know what I mean? And now, after that smack come hard, you might punch your homie in his face. And, you know, it went from slapboxing to a real fight, and that's what happened with them. They had such a playful relationship where they be throwing shots at each other, but doing it in a jokingly manner. And then they start getting a little too personal in them jokes. And now everything get turned around. You know what I mean? If you really look at how everything was laid out from interview to subliminal to them making it clear that they were playing with each other, and then it just turned serious. And once it turns serious, you know, where a man feel like you playing with him, then it's like now you gotta stand on your manhood. You gotta hold your grounds. But it was more. I mean, what you were saying.
No, I was just gonna say. So let's get back into it here. So Gillie's like, you F with some dudes that's not real, and Wack is like, no, I don't. Name one. If you say a name. Name one. If you say a name, I'll tell you. Call him out. If he is fake, I'm going to stand on it. Blueface is amping Gillie up at this point. Blueface is like, get his ass. But Gillie's like, I'm going to leave that alone. You know what I mean? To me, it kind of seemed like Wack was trying to bring out the name Birdman. I think it's pretty obvious.
Facts. Gil was definitely referring to Birdman.
I think Wack was trying to draw that out of him. I think he was like, say it. I think he was kind of trying to be like, say Birdman's fake. But Gillie's just like, I want to leave it alone. You know what I mean? I want to leave it alone at this point.
Yeah, that's a fact. You know what I mean? That's a fact. Anybody else that he could really say, you know, besides him, what he gonna say? Like, definitely probably 6ix9ine. You know what I mean? But at the time, they wasn't really doing no, you know what I'm saying? They wasn't really doing business or nothing like that at that time. So it was definitely Birdman.
And where's my goddamn? All right. So, anyways, getting back to it. So Gillie's like, I'm gonna leave that alone. Wack is like, if Gillie is scared to say the name of the MFers that I feel is a real dude, then that makes that dude realer than Gillie. Gillie's like, no, it don't. Wallo chimes in, I like that. Wack goes, because you calling him out. Call him out if he's fake. I'm going to stand on it and tell you. Gillie's like, I ain't going to. But what do you make of Wallo coming in after Wack is like, oh, since Gillie won't call him out, then that means dude is realer than Gillie. And Wallo, I like that. You know what I mean? Wallo's like, I like that. Just what do you make of that? Is that just going along with the playful banter, trying to keep it cordial?
That's just how Wallo play. At the end of the day, it be times where you might see somebody on the show and they might be going at it with Gillie, and Wallo might start bombing on Gillie with the person, but it's all jokes. At the end of the day, we all know he rocking with Gillie when it comes down to it, deep down inside. But Wallo like to instigate stuff too. It's content to get to Wallo. You know, it's content.
Yep, and I'm definitely going to get your take on that in just a second, because Wack 100 actually he tried to get Wallo to co-sign some shit about Philly that I want to get your take on in just a minute. So Gillie's like, I ain't going to. Wack is like, for one, he's not going to feature with no fake dudes. He ain't going to do it. He's talking about Blueface. Blueface ain't going to feature with no fake dudes, which is just like, what are you talking about? Blueface is going to feature with Birdman or any artist that Birdman were to tell him to feature with. Am I wrong,
Facts.
Twiz?
Facts. It's a business at the end of the day. That's a business. That's his job.
So Gillie came back in. Wack 100 had the Cash Money chain on, and it said Cash Money West. Gillie came back at him. He couldn't leave it alone. Gillie said, I'm just going to say, take the West off of that chain. What's your reaction to that? Obviously, he's saying take the West Coast representation off of Cash Money.
Facts. He's just throwing a sub. He's just saying, like, don't mix that name up with the West. You know what I mean? He's trying to, that's just his way of beating around the bush instead of just straight up saying baby at that time. He like, bro, get that off. You know what I'm saying? Get that West off of there, because that's who the fake person is. Like, you got the West representing somebody that's fake through his eyes.
Wack 100 comes back. 702 people in here. Where's my girl at? I've been waiting to say that, Twiz.
Make sure y'all hit the like button, man. Share it. All of that. You already know.
So Wack comes back. Wack comes back at him. Are you referencing to Birdman? Because Birdman is a very real dude. A real billionaire. Gillie said, I just said, let's get back to the podcast. I said, let's get back to the podcast. Share this video, everybody. Let's go. We just cracked it up to 750, Twiz, in 1/2 a second, my brother.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it to 800, man. Y'all just tuning in. Hit that like button. Shout out to the chat. Y'all getting it raw and uncut tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're in here. Mikey T, the movie star. I am joined by Philly's own, the hood blogger, SV Twiz. Remember these faces and shit like that. So Gillie said, I just said, like, Gillie was trying to bring it back to the podcast, Twiz, but Wack wouldn't let it go now. Now it's the Wack 100 show. Birdman is a real billionaire. Gillie comes in. I don't care about no money. Birdman, he's a real billionaire. He's the only. He's the top indie exec in the world. Gillie's like, Wack, what does that have to do with being real? Now, Twiz, I know you might want to talk about the context of someone being real based on money, but I also want to talk about this statement that Wack 100 made about Birdman being the top indie music executive. From my knowledge, Birdman was always on a major label.
Yeah, I don't know like the titles and all of that, but that's what they do. You know what I mean? When people is affiliated with somebody, they put them on the top of the pedestal. Not saying Birdman not successful, bro. Like Birdman is super successful, but he ain't the only one. You know what I mean? But
Is he
he did
confusing him with Master P or something here, Twiz?
well the thing with Birdman is Birdman had a longer run with artists. You know what I mean? Master P did investments in other fields. So, you know, Birdman kept it strictly music and he had generations of artists that were successful. So who knows how them numbers is. We would have to dig into that to get those facts. But we know Wack be gas and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just the whole situation right there where he's saying he's the top indie music executive. I mean, all of the artists
So
on Cash Money have been major recording artists from
facts.
Juvenile, you know what I mean? You know, they had the
Facts.
deal, they had the breakdown deal, what the 90-10 split or the
Facts.
85-15 split with Cash Money Universal. They got the $30 million
True.
check. I never really looked at Cash Money as though they were independent. So maybe Wack misspoke on that one, but he said he's the top indie executive in the world. I would more so place him alongside Jay-Z and Diddy as like, and they're not independent. Do you look at Jay-Z and Diddy as independent, Twiz?
I look at Diddy probably more independent than Jay-Z.
You mean in regard to, I'm
Just
talking in regard to the labels.
yeah, in regard to the labels, it's like, you know, it get tricky with those from the outside looking in, who knows? I always thought Diddy was like, you know, like he made things happen by himself. Like Hov jumped into the corporate world, but he was always, you know, like teamed up with people. You know what I mean? He always had a support team around him. It was always like a group of them, you know. So it get tricky with them titles and the positions. It never be what it looked like from the outside most of the time, though. You know what I mean? Safe to say that.
So Gillie's like, Wack, what does that have to do with being real? Wack said, that's a real dude. Gillie's like, that doesn't have shit to do with being real. There's a lot of fake dudes with money out here. Don't get me started. All these dudes is fake. All these dudes is fake. Wack said, my experience is, hold on. My experience is Birdman. Gillie shut him down. He robbed everyone. He robbed everyone he came in the game with. Who? Wack said, who? Gillie's like, everyone he came into the game with. So Wack then took a shot at Philly. Wack took a shot at Philly, Twiz. I'm not sure if you noticed this part. He tried to get Wallo, to co-sign it. Wack goes, how many Philly dudes in the game? How many Philly dudes are in the game? You guys are stagnated by New York. And then he goes, for real, Wallo? And Wallo goes, F that. F that. Wallo flipped out because Twiz, he was trying to get him to side-eyeing him to get him to agree with a comment to say that Philly is getting stagnated when you even have New York artists every freaking day say they are inspired by Philly spitters, man.
Facts, man. You can't discredit the Philly rappers, bro. Like it's always like even behind scenes, it's a lot of Philly rappers still active, man. Still active. Play definitely a major part of the hip hop rap culture, man. But that's just his way of playing chess right there. You know what I mean? Because when you look at it, people be like, you got Meek, PNB, and Uzi. But at the end of the day, man, that's just how it is, bro. Like that's how it is.
Sorry, Twiz, I'm just posting a poll right now.
It's all good. Like the thing with Philly is like You know, we don't got no. It's not structured in a city where people is putting people on like New York. Philly always end up getting put on by people outside of Philly. But
So I'm sorry, but so now Wack is taking it to don't blame the label because you couldn't get hot. Now let's talk about getting hot when you were on a label. It was different when you couldn't do as much music without the label shutting it down. You know what I mean? Nowadays, like we saw, like for instance, we saw Max B under Jim Jones. Max B wasn't getting nearly as much push when he was under Jim Jones as he got when he left Jim Jones. Gillie, when he was with Lil Wayne, was there as many Gillie videos out there when he was with Lil Wayne? It seemed like all the videos started popping up when he was dissing Lil Wayne. Twiz, kind of break that down a little bit.
they wanted Gil to be around for his energy, for his style, you know, to bounce energy off. You know, like in the studios, people bounce energy off of each other, man. And we seen Wayne whole energy change around the time when Gil started coming around him. You know what I mean? Even like certain ad libs he was doing in his raps, like as far as laughing, like doing a little giggle laugh in between his bars. If you pay attention, Gil been
Gillie
doing
would
that
do
for
that little
years.
giggle laugh, right, Twiz?
Yeah, Gil been doing it. It's like, for
And it was
instance,
kind of like, why is Gil doing that little giggle laugh? Well, look what
yeah,
Lil Wayne did with
he
that little
mastered it.
giggle laugh. He made
He
it
mastered it.
popular.
He made
He
it
mastered
popular. He mastered it.
it. Yep. So Wack is like, don't blame the label because you couldn't get hot. Gillie's like, what? Wack is like, don't blame the label because you can't get hot. Gillie's like, listen, I came to the label hot. My situation was I wasn't selling no publishing. I was smart. Now, Twiz, is that accurate? Gillie says he came to Cash Money hot.
He was hot from the Major Figures reputation, not as a solo artist.
What
Um,
about what they did with him, bringing him down to Texas?
well, yeah, I mean, all of that played the part. One thing about Gil was Gil always had a heavy character, you know, and his character plays a part in his music also. You know what I mean? So that always stood out about him. It's just that you got somebody like Wack or people that, you know, from the outside looking in, they looking for hit songs. They looking for, you know, you know, who was people with around the world riding around listening to your music after Major Figures. You know what I mean?
So Twiz, Gillie said, my situation was I wasn't selling no publishing. I was smart. So what do you make of Gillie not selling the publishing in hindsight, Twiz?
if he made that, I just feel like if he benefited from it at some point in time, you know, with him saying he didn't sell no publishing, you ain't sell publishing, so how did you benefit from not selling your publishing? Is what he
What?
should have probably
Right.
explained more.
Right, exactly. But like in retrospect, it's kind of like, well, shit. Maybe you should have sold the publishing, right? It's like maybe
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Cause you when you saying you ain't sell your publishing, you like I didn't sell it, but you know this ended up playing out because I didn't sell it. You can't just say you ain't sell your publishing, bro, and you know you don't got nothing to back that up.
so. Wax says you didn't do the deal, and your shit didn't happen. Gillie's like, no, we did the deal, but we didn't do the publishing. Then they tried to double back and get the publishing, and it wasn't happening. And Manny Fresh stood up in front of the whole studio and said, man, we need to put Gillie's album out. So it's just kind of crazy right there, Twiz. So it's like he already got a check for his deal on Cash Money. They tried to double back. They tried to double back and give the man another check for his publishing. I kind of got to feel like Gillie probably, maybe in retrospect, maybe regretted not selling it. But then again, Gillie would go on to court many other deals with the likes of Tamba Ali, court deals with 50 Cent, Jimmy Iovine, E1. You know what I mean?
True. True. He was patient and he felt as though that he knew his worth, man. I don't think it's no artist that make all perfect decisions. Sometimes things fall in place better for other artists. But I can tell you one thing, Gil was going crazy out Philly when he got signed with Cash Money. Like he was repping that, like like he was snapping when he
Okay,
was
so
with
he
Cash
wasn't
Money.
he wasn't held down while he was on. He was telling the whole city he was Cash Money.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, he held that with a badge of honor, bro. Like
What are
it
you
was,
sipping, Twiz?
oh, we were just speaking on Diddy earlier, man. I'm
Diddy,
summer
Diddy,
watermelon. You know what I'm saying?
Diddy. We're waiting on you, Diddy.
We need that
Show him what it
endorsement,
is,
man.
Twiz.
Y'all know how we carry it. It's summer vibes right
What's
now.
going
Yeah,
on, Bel Air? We're
yeah.
waiting on
Holla at
this
us, man.
endorsement. Bel Air,
Yeah,
Ciroc. We're
yeah,
waiting on you guys, man.
y'all know how we carry it, man.
You need the hood blogger and the movie star, man. Twiz was like, that sounded kind of good right there. A certain plant tingent, I'm sorry for butchering your name, says, I don't think anyone regrets not selling the publishing. Yeah.
What?
I was just sort of making a point about the publishing because it's like, Gillie wouldn't really go on to sell a ton of records, Twiz. That's the only point I
Yeah,
was making, bro.
it's like somebody said that was an artist, and it was like people be like, you know what? I own my masters and all of that, bro. It's like, well, what is your masters worth, bro? Like,
What
it's
is it
like
doing for you?
it's like if you open up a business today, a small business, you can get stocks on that business. If your business is not worth nothing, you can have all the stocks you want. It's not worth nothing. So that's what it's about. Like, what is your publishing worth?
Yep. And at the end of the day, I've heard about other deals where artists would not sign over a portion of their publishing, and then it made
Facts.
the major artists lose interest in working with them, Twiz. It's like,
Facts.
okay, why am I going to go and waste the next 5 years of my life creating music for you when I don't
Facts.
have a vested interest in it? I want to be able to sell this music to be in films. I want to be able to sell it to be in video games, commercials.
Facts.
And I'm sure that Gillie would have been involved with all of those sales as well, Twiz. I'm sure he would have made something off of those sales.
Facts. Absolutely. Especially when your career is continuing. It's not like you're giving up all your publishing. That's just for a certain part of your career,
You
a
need
certain
somebody to work
section of
your shit.
music. Exactly. We remember playing games back in the day, even like GTA or Midnight Club, where you be hearing rappers songs and stuff like on the radio. You know what I'm saying? So all that stuff play a part. It's still promotion.
So Wack is like, let me tell you why Birdman is a real one. What year was this? What year was this, Gillie? Gillie's like, you're not going to tell me about nobody. I've been around for 4 years. You can't tell me about nobody. I've been around for 4 years. I seen BG. And Gillie was about to get into that BG story he always tells. Twiz. You know the
Facts.
BG story, right?
Yeah, facts. The same joint when he was out in the Jets and all that, talking about that. The original joint when he was beefing with Wayne.
So Wack is like, what year was this that he did the deal with Birdman? Wack is like, let's call it 2000. Blueface is there. And this is all in the middle of Blueface's interview. Blueface is like, this is
He's
getting
sitting
deep.
back and he enjoying this show. He don't even care about the interview no more.
He doesn't like doing interviews anyways. He's kind of like Chief Keef and those guys where he doesn't like to talk. He'd rather just smoke some weed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he too cool for school.
But Twiz, what do you make of Blueface's interview just completely getting taken over? He just doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, he don't care. Now he enjoying it because now you're going back into history and he was a kid at this time when this stuff was going on. So he's sitting back like, damn, I would like to hear this. You know what I mean? So that made it better. It added energy to the interview. A lot of energy.
So Wack is like, I want to ask you a question. Oh, shit. I want to ask you a question. I want you to tell me what year this was that you did the deal. Gillie's like 2001 to 2004. Wack is like, your deal with Birdman was 2001 to 2004. I'm going to say this, and I think everyone is going to agree with me. That is 16 years ago since this deal has been done. Listen, I'm going to use this analogy, and no disrespect to Stunna, because that's my brother. Is a dude 16 years, Gillie chimes in, he's like, I don't have no problems with Stunna, but you're not going to tell me someone is real because they got money. So Wack continues. If a man 16 years later is emotional about a woman or a man, that must have been a real bitch or a real man. Gillie's like, first of all, let me tell you something. I ain't never emotional. Wack is like, what you mean? You just jumped out your skin. That dude just picked up 1.4 billion. That's a real dude. Break that down for me, Twiz. Did Gillie really jump up out his skin?
I think, period, when you mention Baby or Wayne, he always, it just always put him in a certain element. Been like that for years. I think he tried to control it a little better after that little situation. But yeah, for some reason, he was very upset because truthfully to me, I just feel as though he know he was with them and he seen the success that they gained, and he felt as though he played a major role and could have did more with them. So he probably felt shorthanded, you know what I mean? Like they played him. So that's why I think he really so upset.
Gillie's like, I sit here and I look at you like a real dude, and you sitting here and hyping that shit up. I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in you, not Birdman, is what Gillie said to Wack, Twiz. Wack is like, I'm keeping it real. I done walked through New Orleans with him. There wasn't nobody walking around that put their hands on him. Nobody that tried him. I'm just saying. Now, Twiz, what do you make of Birdman walking through New Orleans with Wack 100? Much like Big U walking through Taft Projects with Jim Jones and Mano. You know what I'm saying? For that podcast series he was doing. Hassan Campbell lost his shit when Big U was walking through the projects with Mano and Jim Jones, man.
I think Birdman is well respected, man. Not to say like he a super, goon or nothing like that, but I feel like he just one of them guys that's good. Like you don't never hear about him going nowhere, nobody trying to put hands on him or nothing. His relationships seem to be solid with everybody. So even with like the video with like clips and all that, like a lot of Cash Money videos, most of them Jones, they shot out in New Orleans, man. So, obviously it's certain areas that they can go to, you know what I mean? But they definitely, it don't shock me.
Now, Twiz, I kind of had a question that I wanted to ask you. Man, like I just mentioned about Hassan. Hassan seemed to take major issue with Big U walking through New York area with Mano and Jim Jones. I just wanted to ask, what would you think if Gillie brought Big U down Erie Ave? What do you think Hassan Campbell would think of that?
He probably would talk crazy because he just got such an issue with. No. He probably wouldn't say nothing because he cool with Gillie. I think the issue with Jim Jones and them was that he don't like Jim Jones and them. You know what I'm saying? We know he got an issue with Jim. He feel like Jim is fake, Jim is phony. He probably looking at Big U as a well-respected guy. So he probably like, you got Big U and this and that, like, Big U don't know who he around type time. I don't think he probably would say nothing, if Gil came with it. But who knows? That's how Hassan Campbell, he probably find something to say about that.
So Gillie's like, I was around Wack. I seen BG on the porch with 15 people. Wack is like, what does that have to do with Birdman, who put him on? Gillie's like, I've been around. Wack is like, I know the Philly dude is emotional. 16 years later, Gillie's like, I'm never emotional. I'm getting too much money to be emotional. I'm disappointed in you. Wack is like, Stunner is my dude. Stunner gave me opportunity. You know, what do you make of the later conversation that these two had, Twiz, when Wack actually tried to call Birdman on his podcast? Birdman didn't pick up. You know, he called him right in front of Gillie.
Yeah, he called him in front of Gillie. If he would have answered, that would have been that would have been a crazy John right there. But it's like they both judging Birdman off of their personal relationships with him. It's like, you know, Gil upset because of you know, even speaking to BG, we know what happened like with their situation. So just because you have somebody that can go in on him, everybody got people that dislike him, bro. No matter how, if you real or not. You know what I mean? If you help 20 people from your head, it's still 1,000 other people from your hood you didn't help. So them people you didn't help, you know that they the guys that a lot of times you're gonna be fake to. The guys that'll be willing to, you know, air you out, things of that nature. So you can't judge somebody like with Gil calling him. If Gil gonna call him fake, he gotta speak directly of situations that he saw him in and acted in a fake manner, not because of business. You know what I mean? Business, you can't consider somebody fake because of business in the music industry, especially somebody that's a millionaire. They already 10 steps ahead of the regular guy that's coming from the streets, because our approach is different. We look for certain loyalty and principles, but the whole time you thinking of business. If it don't make sense, you know what I'm saying? If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
So Wack is like, check this out. Stunner gave me an opportunity. I went on the executive side. You tried to be a rapper. That shit, bro, that shit hurts a rapper when you say that shit to him, man. You tried. When you say that word, you tried to be a rapper. What do you think of that though, Twiz? Do you think that Gillie could have went at Cash Money in a different way? Maybe the executive way, as Wack 100 is kind of saying here?
No, I don't think so. I think the way that he went at him, that helped his career out. That helped him to get to where he at today. Gil was known for that. Gil was probably the first rapper in history to sit up and do blogs and break down details about issues and behind the scenes with rappers.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I think that helped him out a lot and showed a different character to him, and that made people gravitate to him more.
You're right, Twiz. It's not only the comedic side of Gillie the Kid that the people love. It's that raw, real side where he'll pull up on somebody's block, where he'll tell you the complete real story. You know what I mean? They love both those sides of him.
Facts.
So Wack is like, let me tell you how real Stunner was. Now this, we're going to break down some record label shit, man. I think Wack 100 is totally misinformed during this situation, Twiz, but I want you to take your perspective on it as well. Wack is like, let me tell you how real Stunner was. Blueface signed, listen, Blueface signed to Cash Money, Twiz, in August, Wack says. The label on the Republic side shut down in November. I said, Stunner, it's time to go. Gillie chimes in, Stunner is a hell of a businessman. Wack is like, hold on. No. I said, Stunner, it's time to go. He said, Wack, them folks closed the doors. Take that youngin', because you pushing that Cash Money West and do what you do. Let me tell you something people don't know about Tatiana. Tatiana is an E1 record. Birdman could have ceased and desisted that shit. Am I not right? It looked like maybe he was looking over to Blueface at that point. We were not on paper. We were, I guess he said we were not, or we were on paperwork with Cash Money. So that whole situation right there, man, I kind of look at it like Birdman played Wack 100 and Blueface, man. How the hell are you going to sign them to Cash Money West, make a whole big deal about the Cash Money signing, Twiz, and then make them drop their record independently? What kind of bullshit is that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's like when the major figures, let's say the major figures got signed to Jay-Z. You know what I mean? Yo, you're getting the Rockefeller deal. You got that shit, baby. Yo, you guys are going to drop your first album on Koch, though. It's not going to be Rockefeller Def Jam. You guys are going to drop your album on Koch.
Maybe if the numbers, if breaking it down like that, if Wack understood they was getting more money for that, dropping it independently. I guess it depends on the number, the difference of the numbers. That's the only way I can see him even being, excited about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the obvious promotion of it. I mean, when you're a Cash Money artist, you're expecting, you know what I mean? What did Lil Wayne said? Cash Money is an army. You know what I'm saying?
True.
You're not expecting a freaking independent label to be. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Tatiana needed that big label push, and Wack 100 is here bragging about the fact that they were on a minor label, and it doesn't make any sense. I'm not trying to take a shot at Wack 100 whatsoever.
True.
I think he got played out of a major record.
True. I don't know how that worked. I'm assuming that he probably felt as though he probably got a better percentage than he would have if it would have been put. Because it get tricky also with the big label names and all of that. Where these people need their percentage, they need their percentage, and then I need my percentage, and y'all can get the rest of the percentage. So that's probably the only thing that probably would make sense for him to be even, happy about that. But who knows? You know what I mean?
Now, what do you make here of Gillie saying that Stunna is a hell of a businessman? Well, what the hell is Gillie talking about? Stunna is a hell of a businessman. Stunna failed to put out Gillie's album. Stunna failed to put out Busta Rhymes' album. Stunna put out a flop of a DJ Khaled album. You know what I mean? Stunna has signed so many different artists that he never put out. He signed Limp Bizkit, for crying out loud, Twiz.
Well, he probably just saying that overall to where he came from to where he at now. It's like, even the decisions he made, he might not have put out certain artists' music. But if you look at him today, he has some lit artists on top of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. That's just kind of like he's a good businessman.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, like in all honesty, the record dropping on E1 is why it didn't become a bigger record. What do you like a Birdman like doing a deal with Wack and Republic and they did the deal right before the label closed? I don't know, man. Birdman, I'm not really going to elaborate too much on that. Maybe that's a story for another day. But Wack also said that Birdman is a great indie mogul. That's another thing I didn't really agree with. Again, maybe a story for another day. So Wack is like, that dude said, Wack, them people shut the doors down. Grab the youngin' and do what you do. We will resurface top of the year. If he didn't allow that to happen, Tatiana wouldn't have happened.
And there it is right there. I guess he was saying, like, it was shut down for them. Don't hold them back. He probably heard the material and was like, that's going to take off regardless. Which that song took off. That song, you heard it everywhere. It was jumping. It was a major song. They obviously ran the bag up on that. So the timing was everything. Where he's saying that Birdman could have kept full control to make sure he got his percentage out of it and held him and had that music on pause just till their situation was up and running again, just so he could get his percentage. You know what I mean?
So Gillie spoke on Birdman. Gillie said he might be a little nervous of you. He might be a little nervous of you. Wack replied, no, he's not. That's my brother. I'm a threat for him, not to him. Do you think that's the case, Twiz?
Yeah, I think that's the case. I think that's how Birdman move. I think it's a lot of people that I see that Birdman do business with, and that just strengthens him up. Like it's like I'm good out Compton, I got wet. I'm good out here. Like I spoke on it in the past, man. Like even with him, reaching out to people like Ab, it's like I feel like he deal with certain people that he feel like that they factors where they from, so he want to be good in every area. Birdman just that type of guy. So a lot of people like that got money and they befriend people and offer them bags and do business with them just to be good.
So Wack would go on to say that he actually just argued with Birdman. He's like, yeah, I was just arguing with Birdman. Like it's like a common thing that he's just arguing with Birdman and shit. Wack is like, me and him just got done arguing on a text like 8 minutes ago. And you see me having this conversation with you. Gillie responded, that's cool. Let me reiterate. I don't have no problem with Stunner. Wack is like, nah, you're emotional. Stunner got you emotional. Soon as I walked in, he seen that chain. His eyes started fluttering and shit. Twiz, how the hell is Gillie taking this, man? You can't write this shit, Twiz.
Yeah, I just he taking it in the Saudi way. The podcast is rolling. It's all content. They can't delete that out because they got machines over top of them. So at the end of the day, with the whole thing, how I just see it, period, and not just how Gillie take it. I just feel like Birdman knew what was going in on the show, and Birdman was like rubbing his hands together, go get him. You know what I mean? And Wack was insisting, like, trust me, I'm gonna address that. I'm gonna make sure I wear my cash. How many times did we see Wack wearing that chain like that? He wore it that way to remind them, you know what I'm saying? That like, please bring baby up. I know he got something to say about him.
Yep. And Twiz, that kind of goes into the Jay Prince interview, which is probably a topic for us on another day. But looking at that, Twiz, if you can't expect Gillie to delete your footage where you're totally calling him an emotional wreck over another man, you know what I mean? If you're not expecting Gillie to delete that footage, how are you expecting him to delete the Jay Prince footage? Doesn't that kind of go hand in hand, Twiz?
Well, with Jay Prince, I think Jay Prince was more premeditated. You know what I mean? Like when he brought Jay Prince in
this
there,
might have been as well. You know what I mean? Birdman's like,
yeah,
make sure
on
you go
Wack's
there
side.
with the chain.
Yeah, definitely on Wack's side. With him, with Gillie bringing Jay Prince, this was after the phone call recording and all that was out. And Gil like, okay, you want to play? Like I said, he brought the Lobby Boys on there first. The Lobby Boys ain't speak on Wack. He wanted them to. Gil wasn't going to mention them, but he was hoping that they, you know what I'm saying, that they would bring him up. Jay Prince is the only one that if you notice on that joint, Gil and them ain't bring up Wack. Jay Prince just started going straight in on them. You know what I mean? Yep. So that's what they really wanted. That's what Gil really wanted.
So Gil's like, I don't get emotional. The fact is, when I seen Stunner after all them years, I walked up on him in the club. Wack is like, what happened? Does everybody in here know? Twiz, do you know Iceberg? Bella K, the official lobby girl. Go follow Bella K right now. It's pinned up. Tell her Mikey T sent you. Do you guys know, everybody watching, I was there the night at King of Diamonds, Twiz, when Gillie Da Kid came face to face with Birdman for the first time.
Oh, man, how that play out? Mikey?
Oh, my God. I was right there in the middle of Birdman and Gillie Da Kid, bro. I was right there. Me and Gillie were partying. Gillie had his whole section. Gillie had his bottles popping and everything because, Gillie goes to Memorial Weekend every year. He goes to Memorial Weekend in Miami every year.
Mm-hmm.
And Birdman came into the club. When Birdman comes into the club, you know it, bro. It's a whole line of people, and it's followed by a bunch of sparkling bottles coming out a few minutes later.
Absolutely.
These two men talk to each other, and I filmed it.
Oh man, exclusive footage.
Yep. Y'all can go check that shit out, man. We might have to do an official watch along about that in the future.
Definitely.
Yeah, man. I filmed that shit. Crazy moment that they seen each other at King of Diamonds. It was just a conversation, like Gillie said. Wack said, "What happened?" Gillie's like, "What's happening?" Gillie's like, he said, "What's happening?" Gillie, it ain't nothing, brother. I see you doing your thing. Birdman said to Gillie. Gillie's like, "That's what happened." Wack is like, "Well, if you wanted to do something, when I walk up on someone and want to do something, I'm getting off." Wack is like, "When I'm walking up on someone, I'm getting off." Now, that's just kind of ignorant, man, because this is a man that Gillie has done business with in the past. What do you make of what Wack said there, though? Is that the type of time you would have expected Gillie to be on, Twiz?
I see where Wack coming from, because Wack, like, you had so much built up. You seen the man, and you talking about he ain't do nothing, but you seem like you had you seem like you had a lot of energy. Like, it should have been more than a conversation. It should have been more than what you explaining. You know what I
15
mean?
years ago, though, Twiz, let's be real. These blogs from
Yeah, that's
2006,
true.
2007, these blogs are 14, 15 years old. If you're going to hold up all that aggression for that many years, there's a problem, Twiz.
Yeah, but the thing is like, when these guys get mentioned, Gil still, like, his guard is up. You know what I mean? Instead of just being like, you know what, that's old. We got over that. We good now. Like, if you got an issue with somebody, it happened whatever years ago. Now you bump face. You didn't see them 2, 3 times. It was like, what's up? And it's like, all right, you doing your thing. If these guys' names get mentioned or you speak of them, and after that, it should be like, yeah, that's behind us. I chopped it up with Stunner. It was good. We good now. You know, we had misunderstandings. So I see where Wack coming from at that point. You know what I mean?
Yep. So yeah, Wack. So Gillie's like, no. I just had to check his temperature, is what Gillie said. I just had to check his temperature.
He had to pull the thermometer out.
I know everyone that's around him. You know I know who them is. I know who them dudes is. Don't ever ask me. Cut it out. Wack is like, Gillie, you should just get it over that thought, because Birdman is a part of your story. Gillie's like, he is.
Facts.
That's why I'm telling you, and that's why I'm looking at you, and I'm telling you it. That's why I'm looking at you and telling you money don't make you real. I'm disappointed in you, and you're a real dude. I look at you like you're a real dude. Twiz, what do you think, man? What do you think, Twiz? Do you think this was really the beginning of Gillie losing respect for Wack?
No, I don't think he lost respect for Wack. That's how you know wolves play with each other. You know what I mean? You play like that. You ever see Gil go back, you know what I'm saying, Area Ave, and when he with his homies, they all throw shots. It's just throwing shots, you know, in a jokingly manner.
Right.
I don't think he lost respect for him at that time. That's the kind of like, I feel like that's how they'll be talking off camera at that time. You know what I mean?
So Wack gets into the music now. He said, I seen the books. He's seen the Cash Money books. I seen the books. He was in the negative on you, and he lost money on you. He lost money on Gillie, meaning Birdman. He lost money on Gillie, and Birdman, till this day, didn't have no hard feelings. Wallo's like, he lost funds. You saw the books, what he's talking about, because Cash Money West is F what he's talking about, because Cash Money West is coming to Philly, and I'm signing Mac and Cheese to it. And everybody in here, go check out Mac and Cheese's new single with Icewear, Vezo, and Lil Yachty. It's called Detroit Flow. Salute to 37 Mac. Salute to Cheese. Salute to those guys, man. So what is Wallo talking about though? Cash Money West, Wack 100 explained. They went from Universal Republic to E1. You know what I mean? So I think that's why Wallo kind of got off of the Cash Money East, Cash Money West shit, and it's $1 million worth of game right now.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a fact.
Wallo's like, we already had the call. You were on the conversation with us. So Gillie chimed in, I ain't messing with either one of you. I'm signing Mac and Cheese to Birdman. Call me. I got some artists for you. I didn't really get where they were going at that point, man. But Wallo's like, no, that's coming from my label. Cash Money East Coast. We already talked about that. You FaceTimed when I was in New York. Wack chimed in. He's like, Blueface is going to be the A&R. Wallo's like, F that. Wallo didn't want Blueface to be the A&R for Mac and Cheese. Wallo's like, Wallo said this to Gillie. He said, you still got them panties in your ass. Let that shit go. F that. Cash Money Records. Wack is like, that's why they F with you, Wallo. Wallo responded to that. He's like, that's why they F with me. I'm tired of this shit. I don't want to hear that shit no more about Birdman and $1 million worth of game. What is wrong with you? What is you talking about? Wallo just flipped out on Gillie. Do you remember this, Twiz?
Yeah, I remember that.
He's like, yo, I don't want to hear you talking about Birdman on this show anymore. That was funny as hell, man. I was dying, man.
Facts. And that's what I like about Wallo is, you know, regardless of how Gillie feel about Birdman and Wayne, we know Wallo feel different. We've seen Wallo even interview Birdman. You know what I mean?
Yep, that's true. Wack is like, he is emotional. Birdman is a real gangster, and you know it. And if Birdman decides to have a fight, I think he can whoop you, Gillie. What? What? We're putting a poll up right now, Twiz. We're putting a poll up right now. What's your take on that, man? Celebrity boxing, Gillie versus Birdman. Who do you got?
Oh, man, I don't know. That's a tricky John right there. You know what I'm saying? I'm at the rock with Philly on that, man. I gotta rock with Gillie, even though I didn't see either one of them knock nobody out before, but I'm gonna rock with Gillie. I'm gonna have faith in Gil. Even though Gil a lightweight, man. You know what I mean?
That is good to hear, Twiz. That is good to hear. And I'm putting the poll up right now for everybody who wants to vote in it. Everybody that wants to vote in the poll, vote right now. I want to know, who do you think would win? I want to know, who do y'all think would win that? Who do y'all think would win that? Right now, it's 67% for Gillie Da Kid, 33% for Birdman. Let me see right here. Continuing on. So Gillie's like, you got me effed up. I will put hands and feet on Birdman. Wallo's like, put some respect on Birdman's name. And then they sort of started getting into it. You know what I mean? Wack is like, you want to know what I'm going to do? I'm going to talk to Birdman and see if I can get him to release your masters, because it didn't make him no money anyways. Wallo's like, thank you. Gillie's like, well, give me my masters, damn it. Give me my masters then. Gillie's like, I'll take them back. Wack is like, I'm going to call him tonight. I'm going to say, Stunna, they didn't make you anything. Wallo's like, you're mad because I'm going to make money with Birdman, and you're mad because you flopped. You flopped. You neighborhood rapper. He's a neighborhood rapper. He had a neighborhood song. Birdman gave him a shot. He didn't know how to take advantage of the opportunity, and he's right here 16 years later with panties in his ass. What is you talking about? What is you talking about? Cash Money East, baby. That's how he was so hilarious. I was dying,
Yeah,
Twiz.
he got that energy.
Cash Money East coming to Philly, and I'm the CEO. I'm with you, Wallo. I'm going to be your A&R, Wallo. I'm rocking with you. Cash Money East, baby. Twiz, you with us?
Yeah, it's a fact, though. Cash Money East, bro.
Nah, man, it's $1 million worth of game. That's what it is now. Screw all that other shit. It's $1 million worth of game. We're just waiting on the call. As soon as Gillie gives the call, we'll be repping with that shit. Wallow's like, put some respect on Birdman's name. I told you about that. Gillie's like, you done let Wack hype your ass up.
He
But
did.
do you think really though, Twiz, does Wallo like tell Gil like chill out on Birdman on the real?
No, I think they got a relationship where they respect each other opinions and how they feel, but they don't got no trouble with calling each other out. They got that. They got their relationship is is so strong where they can insult each other and get away with it. You know what I mean? Just seeing Wallo do his own thing and interviewing certain people that Gil don't like. You know what I mean? That just says a lot right there. And nothing interferes with the business. They understand this business and they respect each other's opinions. You know what I mean?
So let me see here. So Wallow's like, what happened to that boy when you went out to New Orleans? He took your masters, took your publishing, and you ain't get shit. And now you want to be tough? Wack is like, now that's gangsta when someone takes your shit. But he negotiated it. You signed the deal, and that's it. Birdman took an L on your shit. Wallow's like, Gil gave up his publishing for a cash money chain. Wack ended it off by saying Birdman took a L on Gillie and he never cried about it. He took a L, he took the L, wrote it off, and that's it. And now you're mad. Wow, man. What a podcast, Twiz. What a
Yeah, I
podcast.
know. I know they out of pocket. And I don't think that Birdman took a L. I think Birdman accomplished what he wanted to accomplish from having Gil around. I can see if Gil put an album out and they let him put an album out and then that album flop, it was never dropped. What is he to do? When you under these labels, you gotta jump when they say jump. So if he had Gil put an album out and the album flopped, that's when we can say he lost money. But if he brought him under them and gave him a bag from the rip, and he like just got him in studios and he telling Wayne like, you know what, say this like that, or I would say this like that, which a lot of rappers do. It don't take away from Wayne craft, the greatest artist. They do that, but I feel like he accomplished what he wanted to accomplish, man. And Wack did the same thing. He did the same thing Baby did.
So our next topic, Twiz, is 50 Cent and Young Buck. Man, these two have had quite
Oh
a
my
relationship over the years, man. 50 and Buck. I mean, a number of years ago, these guys went through it, and Buck actually got out of the deal. You know what I mean? Buck got out of the situation with 50, but then he re-signed with 50 for 2 more albums, man. And it turns out 50 gave him an advance of $250,000, Twiz. What do you make of that whole thing? Young Buck signing back to G Unit after 50 shelved album after album of his.
I think that was him having either a second opinion or a soft spot in his heart for the guy, because you don't hear about that too much, especially when it comes to 50. You know what I mean? Like 50 ain't double backing with nobody. For him to give him another opportunity like that after they already had like a little bumpy relationship and things of that nature, it says a lot about how 50 felt about that guy at that time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 50 put Young Buck in a position to make millions of dollars as an artist. So I kind of feel like when Young Buck actually, needed 250 or $300,000 to fix his tax situation, 50 must have felt like, yo, this is somebody I've made multi-millions with.
True.
I need to get him out of this hole so we can continue to make this bread.
True. And when you're doing that, the person that's giving you that bread is not only counting on you to pay him back, but to count on you, like you said, we made millions, we're gonna make more millions on top of that. You know what I mean? You gotta work extra hard. That's like getting something on consignment right then and there. We talking about 200 a quarter mil, bro. Like, you can't just do that and spend it, or whether it was for taxes or whether he was buying cars and jewelry with it. Bro, that bread accounted for. Like, money don't grow on trees. You know what I mean? This is a business at the end of the day. So that bread is accounted for.
So this last advance, so I guess Young Buck gets a $250,000 advance to do 2 G-Unit albums. Well, I guess it was to do a G-Unit album and a solo album. My thought on that is, like, Young Buck, why would you sign for a solo album after 50 denied so many of your albums back in the day? Why not just sign as the part of a group? Now, when Buck came back to G-Unit, Twiz, they completed 2 albums. They completed The Beauty and they completed The Beast. Do you think that's not enough? Do you think Buck could potentially use that in this whole thing with 50?
I don't think so. Probably not. Probably not.
Technically, he completed 2 projects, but I know those 2 G-Unit EPs were not what 50 was signing Buck for.
Yeah, probably not. I'm pretty sure, especially with like the contracts and all that, I'm pretty sure 50 100% sure that he still owe
That's
that.
not what he was paying for. But
Exactly.
if that's the case, why go in and record those EPs with 50 and all the guys? I guess it's because they were recording music to build towards an album, but 50 technically released that shit.
Because that go back to what I said. It's like, yeah, I gave you this I fronted you this bread. You owe me that bread, but you owe me that bread and more. So it's like you expecting to get that money, and like if somebody give you 250 bands, it's like you gonna return that 250, and then we gonna make 10 million on top of that. You know what I mean? It's like a benefit for a benefit.
Yep.
So
you're saying we're gonna make 10 million on top of that. So if we did the deal and I turn in an album to you and you say, nah, this isn't it. This isn't what we're gonna make. We're not gonna make 5 million off of this. You got to go back and keep working on it.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a fact. Like, we gotta like you're an employee. It's something like that Fat Joe said a lot, and he was like, if you give me 100, if you give me $1, I'm gonna turn that to 100, and that's what it's about. You know what I mean? Somebody putting you in that position. It's like, bro, they're not just doing it because they like you, even though he might have favoritism for the guy, but it's business. Now I did you this favor. Now we gotta be workaholics. You know what I mean?
So, Twiz, how long do you think that $250,000 should last in terms of years?
It ain't gonna last past a year. You know what I mean? It's not even gonna make it to 6 months with these guys' lifestyles. You know what I mean? 250, like, that's nothing to them.
So 50 is going after Buck for a lot of things. Like, one thing they're going after Buck for is releasing music while still under the G-Unit contract. All this music that 50 is turning down, I feel like, what's the problem with Young Buck releasing it? If 50's turning the music down, why shouldn't he be able to release it?
50 probably turning the music down because it's like if somebody rushing the album. I think when somebody is in the position of 50 or somebody that's above, they be like, bro, you can put this album. It's like it's not cutting it. It's not going to do it. Like,
it's not straight out of Cashville.
Exactly. Like, bro, we got 12 tracks on this joint, but at the end of the day, it's like, bro, these joints is 9 of them is trash, bro. You know, the other ones is debatable. So, you know, just because he put the songs out don't mean that they was it.
What do you think about this relationship that Young Buck is taking on with DJ Paul? We saw Young Buck pop up at the Verses.
True.
Do you think 50 will shut down a project with DJ Paul? Do you think maybe he'll welcome it as the G Unit project, or is there no chance of that?
It's probably to the point now where it's like, you know what? If you do it, just know you owe me a certain percentage of it, and I gotta okay it. You know, so if you're gonna put that out, just know it better be something that you know that's gonna take off because you still owe me. Right now, 50 coming like the IRS to this guy, so it's like, you know what I mean. You
More
gotta
than
pay for
just
that.
him, Twiz. I'm reading all types of shit. If people owe 50 like $30,000, he's on their
Facts,
ass.
facts, exactly. Because 50 is being watched. He's doing so much. He had court and legal issues, so it's no different than if you in the game and you down. So you thinking to everybody that owe you stuff you done did for people and things of that nature. So now you applying pressure to them. So that's how 50 carrying it right now.
So in January 2020, Buck filed for bankruptcy after being released from jail. Bankruptcy, you know, if you have large debts that you can't repay, or you're behind in your mortgage payments, or you're in danger of foreclosure, or if you're getting hounded by bill collectors like
Facts.
50 Cent, have me my money on Monday. And then it's
Facts.
Sunday night and they're just keep on hounding you, Twiz.
Facts.
What do you make of Young Buck trying to do the, I guess it's Chapter 7 bankruptcy in order to get rid of all these situations that he's going through?
A lot of people do it. He probably thought that would clear up what he owed for 50 also. You know, that's probably like one of the biggest debts that he got out of whatever else he owed. You know, but unfortunately, it don't work like that all the time. Like he might be able to clear off credit cards or home loans, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that with that John. But certain things and certain people from certain entities, like they gonna fight that, bro. Like it ain't gonna work for everybody. And that's the
Now,
situation he in.
now, Twiz, some of the court docs were released, and it said that he owed $52K in child support, back child support, $415K in unpaid taxes.
Damn.
I thought 50 cleared up the tax shit for him back in the day. I mean,
Damn. I don't know. I just know that when these people be having accountants and stuff like that, it get tricky. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times these guys, they don't be keeping up with their stuff, man. Like they be having other people that's doing it, and
yeah, you're
that
right.
be
They
the
don't keep
downfall
up.
for a lot of it be downfall for a lot of people because they be like, I'm bringing in this certain amount of bread and this is supposed to get paid off, but the people that's supposed to be handling it not handling it. So now that's an issue. Like,
And Twiz, they like, okay, they're not paying attention to their own money and their own assets. Maybe they're not thinking people are paying attention to what they're doing. Now 50, not only is he going after the royalties in the music, 50 actually, I guess, or it was reported about his F-250, his truck, Twiz.
thanks.
It
I
got
saw that.
reported that he bought a vehicle. Is that petty, Twiz, to be going after the man's vehicle like that?
It is, bro. We talking about an F-250. We ain't talking about something luxury, bro. We talking about something that a working man is driving around in, bro. Like a F-250, bro. Like, bro, that's like talking about. You know what? He owed me 250,000, and he purchased the Grand Marquis back in 2000. And like, certain things. It's like, damn, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he just draining them for everything. Like, that just shows you how real it is.
Yeah, man. Everybody's reporting this. They all got it on All Hip Hop. I seen Radar reporting it. A A lot of people have been reporting about this whole Young Buck and 50 Cent thing for the last few months. Bunch of dope websites like allhiphop.com, man. You know, all the websites keeping up with this shit. They stay on this 50 Cent news. You know, 50 Cent is still one of the biggest things about hip hop. You know, it really just sucks to see his relationship with Young Buck going so tragically because, Twiz, I think we both know 50 would have probably gifted this man an F-250, you know, like, go pick up the truck, man. It's there waiting for you type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but when you the person that's in charge, you do things and put your people under you in positions for them to eventually show their signs of loyalty back. Some people that be under these guys, they just continue to take and take and take. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, bro. You know what I mean? Like when is you gonna add to it? Like you know what I mean? Like you gotta know how to add to things and be, you know, more than just somebody that's just sucking things up, especially when we talking about music, because it's you only got a certain amount of run when you an artist. And this is a message for everybody that's watching this. If you want to be an artist or you up and coming, it's like when you get your hands on that bag, it's like you got to make other decisions. You know what I'm saying? And you got to do entrepreneurial things, bro, because at the end of the day, music won't only carry you for a certain amount of time. Fans change, and your music might be hot to you, but the people might not gravitate to it after a while.
Now, 50 said on his Instagram, I gave this fool money, man. He spent it. I paid his taxes and all his legal fees. 50, you know what I mean? Feels a way about that, man. Feels a way about that because he feels like he just kind of feels like he pissed away an investment, Twiz.
He did. I mean, if you paying an artist and they under you, your taxes and your legal fees, you're responsible for that, bro. Like you already getting paid for your music. You getting paid for the deal for being a part of G Unit. Now it's like I gotta pay your taxes and I gotta pay your legal fees, bro. Like especially with somebody like 50, because he be seeing how these guys be living when they under him. It's like, damn, bro, you under me. How is you living like me? You know what I mean? Like, and that's a major mistake that a lot of artists make.
Yeah, man. But yeah, Twiz, man, I really appreciate you joining me on the show tonight, bro.
For sure, man. Always.
I don't want to hold you up too late, my brother. We'll get you on another topic very soon. Do you want to drop some plugs, bro?
Yeah, man. You know how we carry it, man. This SB Twiz, the Hub Blogger. Subscribe to the YouTube, man, at the Hub Blogger, man. You know what I'm saying? IG_Twiz215. And you know how we carry it, man. We keep it raw and uncut. Report Card Radio Live Familiar with my brother Mikey T, the movie star, man. Make sure y'all stay tuned in, sub. If y'all new to the channel, hit that notification bell, man. Make sure y'all click all notifications, man, because, you know, we get busy on this joint, man. So shout out to everybody in the chat. Much love and respect. I can't see y'all in the chat right now, but, you know, it is what it is, man. Much love and respect, everybody. I hope y'all stay safe, man. But I'm out this joint, man. Mikey, you already know it's always much love and respect, brother.
Twiz, I can't wait till the next one, bro. I can't wait till the next one, bro. We're going to get him on the next one, man.
You already, man. Much respect, bro.
All right, I'll talk to you soon, G's.
All right.
Much love to my brother SV Twiz tapping in tonight as my special co-host. You know, we covered some amazing topics tonight. We went over the whole start of the dilemmas. We went over the whole start of the dilemma with Gillie Da Kid and Wack 100. The whole thing started, to my knowledge, on the Blueface interview. Seemed like it all got started on the Blueface interview, man. An interview that we saw actually began the connection with Wack and 6ix9ine as well. Because we would witness Wack 100 go on to appear with Academics and 6ix9ine on the pilot episode of Off the Record, you guys. And that's where the relationship was born. Gillie asked Wack, he said, now that you know about the numbers, now that you're bragging about the numbers, Wack, would you sign 6ix9ine? And Wack 100 said no. Wack said he could not sign him based on all of his affiliation. Based on everything that he's seen 6ix9ine do in the past. But yeah, I'm glad everybody's tapped in on July 4th. Well, it's July 5th now. Hope y'all had a great July 4th, man. Oh. Seems like I got content every single day of the week, and I hope y'all tap in to watch it. Every day I'm dropping a new interview. Every night at 10:30 p.m. I'm going live talking about the hottest topics in hip-hop, like tonight. And I interviewed the dopest rappers in the game, y'all.
Lil Durk on rock with Mikey T, the movie star. You already know you're rocking, man. 300.
And I'm rocking with the hottest dudes in the game, y'all. Come on, man. Y'all think we playing? We're not playing.
You see my nigga Durk?
Nah, you know, we turned the fuck up, man. 2014. Top of the year, rocking out with all real niggas. Coke Boy OTF.
Yeah.
Shout my nigga Money King. Y'all know you rocking, man.
You know what I'm saying? Shot-Town.
Real niggas for life. You already know we rocking. Shout
Fuck
Rondo, Nunu, French.
Paranoid.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
World Star, we taking over 2014, man. Just remember I said that.
You
Real
know,
nigga
you
shit.
know. You know what I'm saying? We just did the Paranoid remix video. My nigga Durk, Rose, Puff, Jada. You know what I'm saying?
Turn up.
My nigga Meek was in the building. Khaled. You know what I'm saying? We out here, man. Young niggas be getting it. You know what I'm saying? Fat shout out to
Shout
your
out to
baby
your baby
mom.
mom.
Fuck with her, for sure.
Hey, shout out Fat
You know what
Trism
I'm
too,
saying?
man. Hey, just remember this interview when I said we gonna be on top, feel me?
Mikey T, the porno star, my motherfucking nigga.
Real nigga.
Shout out my nigga Mikey T, the movie star. You know what I'm saying? We come from the bottom. My niggas with me in the projects. My first video, he came out shot in the projects with me.
Salute,
Killers.
real nigga.
Fuck.
Real cracker. No, I'm just playing.
That's right. I went out to Chinks Drugs' projects in Far Rock, and I shot his first music video, solo video. You know, a lot of people went out there and checked him when he was with Stack Bundles, but Chinks always told me that I was the first videographer that actually went out there and just did it solely based on him. I really appreciated Chinks reaching out to me, you guys. I remember he hit me in the DM after he got out of jail. I remember we did an interview. Chinks was one of the dopest people that I ever connected with in the game. You know, I've connected with a lot of people in the industry. I really appreciate y'all keeping locked in with me on an everyday basis, man. I need everybody on here to go follow me on Instagram. If you're not following me already, follow me on the gram so you can stay up to date with everybody that I'm interviewing, so you can stay up to date with every time I'm going live. Make sure you definitely hit the subscribe button and the notification bell so you get notified every time I go live. At the end of my live podcast, I always do open questions. So if anybody in the chat has any open questions, I always take open questions. Since we got through both of the topics tonight, 50 Cent and Young Buck. 50 Cent and Young Buck going on. Once again, you guys, a relationship that we saw emerge. What was it, 2003? Maybe it was 02. We saw a relationship begin. And it really took on a life of its own with G-Unit embracing an artist from the South. You know, I'll get a little bit more into that history right now. You know, when we saw 50 put on an artist from the South, you really got a feeling like, wow, 50 Cent could put on an artist now. 50 Cent could put on an artist outside of a New York artist. 50 Cent spread his wings with Young Buck. Pause. 50 Cent spread his wings, set his feet down. Biggest King Kong in the street now. 50 Cent really did his thing by showing that he could work with multiple different artists. Young Buck actually took off. I said it a few days ago. Everybody expected Young Buck to fail, especially with his single Let Me In. It wasn't until Shorty Wanna Ride came out that everybody was like, oh shit. It wasn't until everybody got the album Straight Outta Cashville and we realized that it was a really dope album. Young Buck had our ears. He really had my ears ever since he stepped onto BET, Rap City, jumping in the booth, talking about, you know what I mean, I guess he was spitting, he was ripping off of some old, not ripping off, but he was ripping some old B.I.G. lyrics on there, actually, you know, springboarding off of them and shit. I had a lot of respect for Young Buck when he first got involved in the game. The recent projects I haven't really been invested in whatsoever. After really enjoying his first and second album, after really enjoying his presentation on the Beg for Mercy album, and then being quite disappointed with what they did on Terminate on Sight. Hell, I think we all even liked what he did on the Get Rich or Die Trying soundtrack. Somebody in here tell me, what was the song that he did on the Get Rich or Die Trying soundtrack? Somebody tell me, what was the song he did on the Get Rich or Die Trying soundtrack? Yeah, the soundtrack. He had a really dope song on there. What was he on? Whip Your Head Boy with 50 Cent? Yeah, Buck was a monster in this shit, y'all. Buck was an absolute monster in this shit. I really saw him taking over the West Coast. You know, real shit. I saw Wack 100, I saw Young Buck taking over the South. Did I really just say taking over the West Coast and then almost call him Wack 100? Yeah. Let me hit this runs up again. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Holy shit! 17,000 live views tonight, baby, on July 4th. Tone, what up, brother? What up with you, brother? Yep, I whoop your head, boy. I whoop your head, boy. Yep, Young Buck had some dope cuts, man. He was really... Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, Belicio. That's right. Y'all need to check out. Yo. Y'all need to check out Bella K's new single, Right For You. Anybody who floods the comments, I will follow y'all back here. Anybody who comments on Bella K's new video, which I'm going to pin up right now, anybody who comments on it, I will follow you guys back and subscribe to your YouTube channel, you guys. Anybody in here who comments on Bella K's new video, Right For You, I will subscribe to y'all on YouTube. You heard? So if anybody is trying to get their YouTube subscribers up, I'll subscribe to y'all. Black Mask, Black Gloves. That was actually featured on the Straight Out of Cashville album. Really dope song. That was one of the quicker Young Buck songs. Yeah, that shit was dope. Walk With Me was dope as well. I was really big on the first Young Buck album and the second Young Buck album. Before that, we heard Young Buck on Bloodhound. We first heard Young Buck on Bloodhound. It was followed up with the Beg for Mercy album. He was featured on all three of the singles, obviously. Stunt 101. He was featured on Poppin' Them Things, where he said, you ain't a Crip like Snoop, you ain't a blood like Game, where he actually gave the game his first shout out. You know what I mean? In 2003, you guys. So the Game was within the camp at that point, and they probably recorded that album in the summer of 2003, just the way that they did music back then. Don't Need No Help, Roland, was another great one. I really like how 50 featured the guys on the compilations. It was really, like, this is just my opinion. You know what I mean? Don't get it twisted. Like, I'm not on here just trying to shit on 50 Cent. That's not what I do. I'm not on here just trying to shit on Wack 100. I'm not on here. You know, I'm on here giving my takes, giving the facts from both perspectives. If I find something to be kind of foul, I'm going to say it on whatever side. You know what I mean? If I found something to be corny, whatever emotion I feel about something going on, I'm going to share it with y'all. You know what I mean? If I think something is hard, if I think a record is lit, you know what I'm saying? All that type of shit. That's why we're on here together. You know what I'm saying? And I need y'all to subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit the notification bell so you never miss one of my live videos. I'm the littest blogger on YouTube, y'all. The most truthful blogger on YouTube. The most knowledgeable blogger on YouTube. A lot of these guys, I understand, they getting in the game, they're doing their thing, but we're talking facts here. You know what I'm saying? Bonafide Hustler, yes. Bonafide Hustler was dope. Yeah, Yayo had the best verse on that, man. I'm on the Greyhound trying to move these birds. You know what I'm saying? DC, what up? What up? What up, DC? Let Me In was cool. Let Me In was cool, but it was like, I'm just going to be real with you. After hearing In the Club, after hearing Stunt 101 and popping them things, and I want to get to know you, after hearing On Fire, I'm So Fly, Karma, to hear Young Buck come into the game with Let Me In, it was a little bit, you know what I mean, underwhelming. That's what I'm saying to you guys. And a lot of people were kind of like, damn. I understand 50's at the start of the song saying da 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 da, but that's not really going to cut it for us. But then when Young Buck came out with Shorty Wanna Ride, it was a whole nother story, you guys. Automatically, Young Buck got put up as the next big rapper from the South. He automatically got put up in that same category. What held Young Buck back? What held Young Buck back, you guys? It was simple. Young Buck's album released September 2004. His debut album, September 2004, 260,000 units first week. Young Buck defied the odds. Young Buck sold more units on that album sold more units than some Lil Wayne projects, I want to say. So, Young Buck's album comes out in September of 2004, you guys. When does his next album drop? When did Buck the World drop, you guys? What was it? March of 2007? What year? When did it drop? It dropped so much long. Let's see. Young Buck, Buck the World. I don't really need to look this up because I know it's March of 2007. Exactly. I know the knowledge, you guys. I know the shit. That's why I'm coming here and telling you all it. That's what it was about Young Buck's album. It was the fact that his debut album dropped 2004 September, and his sophomore album dropped 3 years later, 2 years and 9 months later, 2 years and 8 months later. That is a foul. That's a technical foul. What, are you going to give me the same story about, did Young Buck lose his album too? Did Young Buck have a jacuzzi escapade and lose his album as well? No, I don't think that was the case. Young Buck didn't have a single for his second album. That would prove to be Young Buck's problem. Young Buck's single choice. The same problem that we had in the first album. He had the only quick paced record he had was Shorty Wanna Ride. Second album, he had Get Buck. Horrible first single. And I'm just keeping it real. Probably like a 6. Probably a 5. You know what I mean? 5.5, 6. Young Buck had a single with Chester Bennington, one half of Linkin Park. I have no idea why they didn't just connect both the rapper and singer from Linkin Park and do a G-Unit Linkin Park spinoff. Young Buck had it right there for 50 Cent. Young Buck had it right there on a silver platter. Jay-Z had just worked with Linkin Park on the album, the Collision Course album. Young Buck is bringing the Linkin Park G-Unit collaboration to 50 Cent on a silver platter, you guys. And they didn't take advantage of that. Instead, they drop Get Buck. It was too slow. Get Buck was too slow. You know what I'm saying? It really got caught up. Get Buck didn't go nowhere. The album ended up moving to like a $150 first week, and Young Buck's career was pretty much thrown under the bus. Now, this whole situation with Young Buck getting $250,000 to produce 2 albums. Now, that right there is just crazy to me because of the fact that 50 Cent has said he negotiated each member of G Unit getting $750,000 from Interscope, you guys. 50 Cent negotiated those numbers that I guess really wouldn't stand the test of time. Sure, maybe they got 450,000 the first or 750,000 the first time. Would that ever work again? I mean, why wouldn't it work for Lloyd Banks? Why wouldn't Lloyd Banks' budget be open for 750,000 on the next album? Lloyd Banks sold over 400,000 units in a single week. His budget should be increased. Lloyd Banks' budget should be increased drastically. Young Buck came out and moved $250,000 in a week. I've seen Interscope. I saw Interscope attach to Chief Keef's contract. Let me know what other blogger is talking like this, you guys. I saw Interscope attached to Chief Keef's contract that if he did not sell 250,000 units within 6 months or some period of time like that, they had an option to drop Chief Keef out of his $6 million deal. Young Buck moved 260,000 units in a single week. He moved 260,000 in a single week. He met that requirement in 1 week. Why wouldn't he command that $750,000 budget? My point is, why would 50 Cent return? It is 10 years later. 2014, 50 Cent signed Young Buck for 2 albums. He signs Young Buck for 2 albums for $250,000. Now, guys, I would have no problem with that whatsoever. I'll put my, I might regret saying this, but shit, if anybody makes a blog out of it, it is what it is. I'll put myself in Young Buck's shoes or his cowboy boots. You know what I'm saying? I'll put myself in Young Buck's boots. If 50 came at me and said, hey, do you want to do another deal? Do you want to lock back in, Buck? I see you're making some noise out there. Let's do a G-Unit album. I'd be like, yo, Fifth, let's do a G-Unit album. Then 50's like, how about we sign you up for a solo album too? Nah, Fifth, I'm not doing another solo album with you. I remember what happened after Get Buck. I'll be real with you. I remember what happened after Get Buck, 50, and I'm not going to find myself in the same situation. Young Buck submitted several albums, you guys, to 50 Cent to be his third album. One of them oddly titled The Rehab. Why would your third album to follow Straight Outta Cashville, Buck the World, why would the third album be called The Rehab? Are you insulting my intelligence as a fan? Why would the album be called The Rehab? That sounds like an absolutely horrible album title. I'm not going to buy your album just based on that title, Buck. That's just how I felt back then. I'm like, please, Buck, don't insult my intelligence as a fan by naming your album The Rehab. Like, what are you doing, man? I don't know if anybody else felt like that, but that's just how I felt back in the day about Young Buck naming his album like that. You know what I'm saying? That's how I felt Young Buck naming his album. And now all these collection albums, 10 this, 10 that. You know what I mean? It's like, what? But 50's feeling it, though, because Buck started getting his streams up. But it's like, yo, Fifth, if you're just going to deny all of his music, why not give him the opportunity to make noise on the market, on the street market, like you were doing back in the day with G-Unit, so you can build a buzz? I mean, shit, even the second G-Unit album, Terminate on Sight, they found their lead single the same way that 50 got his single on Curtis with I Get Money. I Get Money, Rider Part 2, both singles found on the mixtape circuit. So why would 50 Cent try to discredit Young Buck selling material on his own, doing streams, getting recognition? Buck can find a record that you can then mold an album around. Like, I just don't get it. Why are you going to stop him working? Why are you going to stop him producing material? That's the whole way that 50 got popular enough to work with different people, to work with Beyonce, to work with Jennifer Lopez. You know what I'm saying? Why would you do that? It doesn't make sense to me. Especially if you want to make money off of the dude. Couldn't imagine that 50 really just wants to keep Young Buck on a label and dry out his material. That doesn't make any sense to me because that doesn't make any dollars for him. So yeah, the whole Young Buck situation just has me like my mind blown, especially with it being taken down to things like vehicles. You know what I mean? Especially with it being taken down to things like Young Buck's vehicles. I could understand the music, but when you're trying to, you know, like take people's assets like that, like, I mean, but we're seeing what's going on with whoever it is. He's going on with some female who owes him money and shit like that. 50's just after what is his. 50 works hard for his money. We see that. It's evident with BMF. It's evident with all of his television shows. He's putting out real content, you guys. He's working hard for his money. Why not have a little bit extra on the side? You know what I'm saying? Why not have a little bit extra on the side that you can just splurge with? You know, 50's working so hard putting out all this, you know what I'm saying? Putting out all this dope-ass content. Like, we never seen such creative television shows until 50 Cent started doing it. I'm just going to be real with you guys. You know what I mean? A lot of people really couldn't get. It's kind of like those movies when they would when they would have like gangsters come in to like actually revise the scripts and shit like that. That's kind of like what we're getting with 50 Cent, y'all. That's kind of what we're getting with 50 Cent. But I appreciate everybody tapping in here, man. I got the realest live audience watching right now. I need y'all to make sure you subscribe to the channel right now. If you haven't subscribed to this channel, make sure you're subscribed. We're on our way to 100,000 subscribers. Y'all are going to see, I'm going to have the YouTube plaque behind me. We're going to have the whole new office. We're going to have the whole new podcast. Just waiting on it. Just waiting on that call. You know what I'm saying? Mikey T, the movie star. The Mikey T, the movie star podcast is what you're watching right now. Y'all might have seen my interviews over the course of the years. Rick Ross, Lil Wayne, French Montana, Max B, Yo Gotti, rest in peace, Young Dolph. I interviewed them all, y'all. And I'm not stopping. I'm taking this shit to the next level as soon as I get put in that position. But I ain't waiting for nobody to put me in position. I'm taking mine, y'all. I'm taking mine, y'all. If anybody wants their comments read or if anybody wants their questions read, make sure you send in a super chat. Make sure you send in a super chat, y'all, if you want your comments read and shit like that. But let me get this lit up. I always ask people what you're smoking. If you're smoking, let me know what you're smoking in the chat. Let me know, y'all. Let me know, y'all. I want to know what's happening with it. I'm going to ask y'all a poll question. I want to interact about this poll question since we're talking about G Unit. I want to know what. I'm going to ask y'all a question since we're talking about G Unit. Who had the best career in G Unit? Who had the best career in G Unit, you guys? We were just talking about Young Buck. Young Buck has actually been featured on an array of albums. Buck was featured on Get Rich or Die Trying. Buck was actually then featured all over Beg for Mercy. Moving on from there, we would have the next G Unit project would be the Hunger for More album where Buck was featured as well. Somebody shout out the song that Young Buck was featured on from Hunger for More. Did Young Buck had to have had a feature on Hunger for More? What was the Young Buck feature on Hunger for More? Let's see. I'll have it for you guys in 1 second if there was one. Yeah, it was. I was going to say Work Magic. That's right. So Buck had 2 dope albums. I want to say Buck had Buck's albums compared to Banks' albums. Then you look at Tony Yayo. You see what Tony Yayo did. But hold on, let's keep with Buck real quick. So Buck was featured on Lloyd Banks' album. Buck I don't think was featured on the documentary. Buck missed out on the documentary, you guys. I think Buck actually missed out on the documentary. Interesting. Yep, only 50 and Yayo got featured on the documentary from G Unit. So that is a portion of his career. Yayo was featured on the documentary. None of the other G Unit members were featured on the documentary. Hunger for More was fire. Yup, Hunger for More sold like 400,000+ units in the first week. Andy, we're talking about the most successful career. We're talking about the best albums. We're talking about who got a label together. You know what I'm saying? Only a couple of those artists begun to got a label together. If you know, you know. I mean, Yayo got a few things popping. Right now, he's getting actually in the ganja industry. We saw what Lloyd Banks did in his career, getting involved in the AVNs and all that. Lloyd Banks, you know what I mean? Lloyd Banks actually doing no, that last album wasn't, the last two albums are independent, but I'm talking about the Beamer, Benz, or Bentley with Joel Santana. Yeah, man. A lot of dope topics tonight on the show, man. A lot of dope topics, man. Young Buck, 50 Cent going through it right now. 50 pretty much wants to block Young Buck going through bankruptcy so Young Buck can dismiss all of the money that he owes G Unit. You know, at one point, Young Buck was kind of just feeling like, yo, I'm going to just pay. Young Buck was kind of feeling like, yo, I'm just going to pay. Best career in G Unit, you guys. Remember, the Game only technically had one G Unit album. So the Game and Tony Yayo both only had one G Unit album, you guys. Let's be real about that. They both, Thoughts of a Predicate Felon, the documentary. Lloyd Banks, 3 G Unit albums. Hunger for More 1 and 2, as well as Rotten Apple. So you could say he has the most. Young Buck has 2 G Unit albums, Buck the World and Straight Outta Cashville. So if you're going to look at it in terms of albums, also look who was featured on the albums. Lloyd Banks is the only one. Actually, no. Tony Yayo has Eminem on his album as well. Let me see. Lloyd Banks is the only one who has Snoop on the album. Unless, I don't think Buck got Snoop on his first album. Buck got Snoop on his second album. So Iceberg says Yayo came out of jail and he was rich. I don't know how much better your career could get, though. You know, Young Buck got a position. Let's be real. Young Buck got a position. Young Buck was on Cash Money. He was trying to run with Cash Money. Didn't really work out. So he left. And then Birdman called him up. Yo, Buck, I got a position for you, man. I'm putting together this group called the Head Busters. They were going to call it the Head Busters. The Headbusters, whatever. That's what the group Birdman was putting together was called. And he was going to have Young Buck in the group. Buck had been running around them for so long, he pretty much fit in, you know? So Buck was going to be in this group, but then Buck said he pretty much got left sitting around the Cash Money offices. So he got picked up by UTP. You know how 50 Cent was shouting out UTP like crazy and it sounded kind of cool on the track? Yeah. So he brought UTP and 50, they all came together, Juvenile and all that. 50 found something in that collaboration. Something more than a collaboration, something more than just a song. Because we saw 50 go on to work with some of the best. Mike Geronimo, you know what I'm saying? Nas, you know what I'm saying? Nori, you know what I mean? All different types of people. Shout out to all those artists as well. Shout out to my bro Nori. Shout out to Mike Geronimo. Shout out to Nas and Nature, also giving 50 the feature. all those guys who gave 50 the feature and basically showed the industry that this guy was reputable. This guy was going to be something. You know what I mean? They all saw the talent in him. You know, even Nas was saying when they were on tour, he saw it in him. Let's see. That guy says the game is number 1. Lloyd Banks is number 2. Young Buck is number 3. And Yayo's number 4. Let me see. So for my order, if we're just talking about career albums, I'm going to say Young Buck had the 2 best G-Unit albums. Then we're going to go, Young Buck. Then we're going to go Game. Then we're going to go Yayo. Then we're going to go Banks. That's what we're going to go for my list in particular. Victor says Lloyd Banks is number 1. Don't get me wrong. I love all the Lloyd Banks' singles. You know, I could sit here and name you all the singles and shit like that. I could sit here and name you a lot of the bars. You know what I'm saying? I was really judging it by the sounds of the albums too. Right there, I was just judging it by the sounds of the albums. Now, if we're going by my interest level, it would be Tony Yayo. It would be Tony Yayo, first level of interest. Second level of interest would be Lloyd Banks, The Game, then Young Buck. Now, if we're talking levels of popularity, it would be Game, Banks, Buck, Yayo. If we're talking just purely levels of sales, obviously, you know what I mean? But there's a whole bunch of different categories you put it in. You know what I mean? If I'm going to listen to some music, mostly I'll throw on Lloyd Banks first. You know what I mean? Throw on Lloyd Banks. He has a lot of singles, as I was just saying. You throw on Banks. You could throw on a lot of Buck album cuts, a lot of Game album cuts. You know what I'm saying? You could throw on some dope-ass Tony Yayo, you know what I mean, from either whatever era, whether we're talking his own solo tracks or we're talking the G-Unit cuts. Happy 4th, everybody. Really appreciated y'all for tapping in today. Crazy, the video's up. We're about to hit like 20,000 views on tonight's video, man, on this live podcast. The Mikey T, the Movie Star podcast, y'all, if anybody was wondering. Game's album was number 1 on G-Unit. Hold on one second. Stanley says Game's album was number 1 on G-Unit. Yup. In terms of popularity. Yup. In terms of popularity. If we're talking in terms of features, Game and Banks are neck and neck in terms of features. You know what I mean? Because Banks, they were going heavy on Banks with the Get Rich or Die Trying album. You know what I mean? And they were going heavy on Game when he first got in. There's all different perspectives. You know what I mean? There's so many different perspectives. And there might be a perspective out there where Young Buck ends up number 1 on the list as well. You know what I mean? Just can't think of it in my head right now. I'm just trying to show all the guys love. You know what I mean? Because I really do got love for all those artists on the list, man. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Banks' new album is about to be out. Cody 2. Definitely Course of the Inevitable 2. Hopefully I can get Lloyd Banks on the channel for an exclusive interview. I'd love to have him on the channel so I could actually talk with him about some of the different things from his career, being that I followed it the whole time. You know what I mean? Major salute to Jadakiss. You know what I mean? It was dope. Jadakiss and Fabulous, going to those concerts out here. Shout out to my guy who put them together. Shout out to my guy who put them together for sure. Jeff says, I think it really is a tie between Lloyd Banks and The Game. You know, Lloyd Banks got edged out for The Game just a little bit, not to take a 50 Cent reference lyric, but he got edged out by The Game just a little bit, you guys. You know, as far as the sales go, I did read some numbers that Lloyd Banks did 537,000 units worldwide, but I also read numbers or Game's actual numbers are 580,000. You know what I mean? The numbers that I actually looked to for Lloyd Banks were actually 440,000, which is amazing. You know what I mean? For Lloyd Banks to move 440,000 units in a week, this guy is moving more units than Frank Lucas. You know what I'm saying? Lloyd Banks is moving more units than Nicky Barnes. You know what I'm saying? 50's earner is moving 500,000 pieces in a week. Yo, Fifth, Banks sold 500,000 this week. 500,000 units. If a nickel is sold in the park, I want in on it. And now look what 50's in on. It's really tragic to see that because he had an artist that would sell 540,000 units in a week. He had an artist that would sell 580,000 units in a week. He brought an artist up from the South who moved 260,000 in a week when nobody else was looking at a Southern rapper like he was serious, when everybody was jacking the Yin Yang Twins and all that jacked shit. Shout out to the Yin Yang twins and shit like that. Got a lot of respect for the Yin Yang Twins. I got a lot of respect for what Shawty Low, may he rest in peace, did with all them guys. D4L and all that shit. I got respect them franchise boys. Even though a lot of us looked at it like it was here today and gone tomorrow, you got to respect how Atlanta took the culture by storm. But all I'm saying is Young Buck came up and he showed you that there was somebody around that was serious. And we had our Jeezy too. And Jeezy co-signed Young Buck. And that's why everyone expected so much more from Young Buck, you guys. For real. That's why we expected so much more. And then that whole Dr. Dre incident happened at the Vibe Awards. It was like, yo, you could say, Mikey T, you're bugging. That's what held up Young Buck's album. But in reality, you guys, that was supposed to help Young Buck's career go to the very next level, where Young Buck could have been selling Young Jeezy numbers, doing 300,000+ units in a week, not 150,000 units in a week. When those numbers came back, the disappointment that must have been over everybody's face must have been crazy. Yeah, Young Bloods were all right. Shout out Sean Paul. I talked to him a few times. That's a cool dude from the Young Bloods, man. Let me check out the poll. What's going on with the poll? Someone said that Banks and Game are really tied. Well, Banks only has 31% in the poll right now, you guys. There's only 91 votes, so I need y'all to go vote in that poll right now. Let me know what y'all think. Lloyd Banks, 31%. We got the Game, 47%. 48% for the Game now. Of course, the Game would go on to record his own album outside of G Unit right after the documentary. The Game was able to actually secure a release date in November of 2006 for the Doctor's Advocate. He secured a release date, since we're talking about time difference in between album releases. The documentary dropped 2005. So boom, a year, 2006. He drops November of 2006. So he had quite a significant amount of time he had to wait as well. About 2 years. All due respect, he was probably working the documentary like crazy in 2005, though. And then he started recording. And we all love The Doctor's Advocate. You know what I mean? I think we all love The Doctor's Advocate. I love that album. I really do. I'm a big fan of The Doctor's Advocate. I'm not going to sit here and say it's better than the documentary to me as a fan. Game actually says it's better to him, probably. I think he says it's better to him because of the fact that it was a more personal project to him. Appreciate you all for tapping in, man. Greenmount, Jason, Andy, Jungle Jim, Stanley, Jeff. What up? IG Shot. What up, y'all? Appreciate everybody for tapping in tonight. You are now rocking with the most interactive live podcast. I'm your host, Mikey T, the movie star. We're still waiting on Bel Air Blue to catch up, man. We're still waiting on Gucci Man to catch up. I don't know how he doesn't know we're on here supporting his brand every single night. Gucci! What's popping, bro? About to put that 10-17. Is that what we're doing? We putting the 10. Is it 10-17, Mikey T? Is that what we're doing? We throwing the 10-17 on top of it, baby. Is that what we're doing? It might be what we're doing. Y'all just got to stay tuned. It might be what we're doing. We might have to do this every time. It might be what we're doing. Might throw a little 10-17, spice shit up. Let everybody know what it really is on these blogs. Yeah, Doctor's Advocate was a dope album. Game had a really good, you know what I mean? He had a really good string of albums. It was just that he alienated a lot of his fan base. You know what I mean? The record sales drastically dipped from the documentary to the Doctor's Advocate, you guys. The album sales drastically dipped. The documentary did 580,000, and then the Doctor's Advocate did 360,000. Guys, we're talking about a 220,000 sale decrease. 220,000 sales. Tony Yayo moved 215,000 sales in a week. So that was pretty much everybody who bought the Tony Yayo album did not buy the second Game album, is what I'm telling you guys. It's pretty much what I'm telling you guys. If you just purely look at the sales of it. And salute Bel Air, man. Bel Air cuts that check or sends that endorsement. Like I said, we're going to turn this whole room blue. In my crib, I'm going to make this is my media room. I'm going to make the whole media room Bel Air blue. Bel Air, let's get it going, man. And instead of Red Bull, I'm going to be sipping Bel Air on every single show. And then could you imagine how crazy the show is going to get if we put Bel Air blue every episode? That shit's going to be lit. That shit's going to be lit, you guys. But it is what it is. Scream on Them was my joint too, bro. Scream on Them, produced by Swizz Beatz, right? Let me get this good chronic lit back up, you guys. Hell no. You can never forget about Mobb Deep, brother. You can never forget about Mobb Deep. And I appreciate you for tuning in tonight, bro, and hitting the chat up. Yeah, you already know, man. If we can line in that endorsement with Bel Air, you know what I mean? I would love to, because I'm a major supporter of Bel Air, every flavor. We will definitely do what up, Kanye Z? Waiting on that situation, Kanye. I'm waiting on that email, big bro. But nah, if we can lock in the deal on the real with Bel Air, you know, we will be doing Bel Air giveaways. You know what I'm saying? That's what I interact with everybody in the chat for. That's why you guys got to make sure you never miss the live shows. We will be doing some shit like that in the near future, man, as everything starts to kick in. Y'all are gonna love it too, man. We're gonna get locked in with a dispensary. We're gonna do giveaways. I know my dude Scott Storch is doing some things with some new different type of pens that are actually legal nationwide. We're gonna do all types of things, man. I'm gonna lock in with the dispensary. We're gonna lock in with all different types of new businesses and shit. Shout out to Big Bang from Big Facts, right? What's everybody smoking, y'all? I'm smoking on Runts. Yep, there's the Runts. This is what I'm smoking, y'all. You know I'm smoking right. You know I'm smoking right tonight. You know I'm smoking right tonight, baby. Yup. Z-Kit, you're 100% right. Or Z-Zit, excuse me. Z-Zit. 50 kicked out Young Buck because of inconsistent behavior. But deep down, we know that he envies him. You know, man, I think deep down, if we're going to talk about feelings from deep down, and let me throw in a pause, but if we're going to talk about that type of shit, I'm going to have to say that 50 never had nothing but Young Buck's best intentions for him. The only thing that went wrong with G Unit, in my opinion, is that they kept the label, they kept G Unit with Interscope. You know, the label got too clogged up. The label got too clogged up, you guys. I feel like if 50 could have had another record label to solely release G Unit projects, 3 to 4 G Unit albums a year, it would have better suited 50 Cent. But let's be real, at the time when 50 Cent got into the game and produced Get Rich or Die Trying, Interscope wanted a second album from him. And he had to basically fight to get the G Unit, the right to release the G Unit albums. But let's also look at it from the other side of the fence. You know what I mean? That's what I'm here for, you guys. If 50 would have just released the second 50 Cent album in November of that year, he probably would have moved 1 million units. And he would have opened up a bidding war and gotten a $20 million deal for G Unit as a label instead of just getting the okay from Interscope and Jimmy Iovine. But that's with the benefit of hindsight, you guys. You know what I mean? 50 got the opportunity. He wanted to make sure that the world knew Young Buck, Lloyd Banks. He wanted to make sure the world knew Tony Yayo. That's why he featured him on 2 of the records on Beg for Mercy. That's why he featured him on the cover. Just like you see the Death Row posters behind me. Shout out to Snoop. 50 had Yayo's face as a mural on the Beg for Mercy album cover. It was genius. It was genius. Major shit that 50 Cent did to build character, to build artists, it's called artist development, you guys. And yeah, I'm going to really say that I think the issue was the release dates. The release schedule was ultimately the issue for G Unit Records, you guys. And 50 Cent going back to work with Young Buck, I mean, shit, he went back to work with everybody. You know what I mean? At a certain point in time, it was 50 and Kid, and everybody really came back into the fold. Yayo, Banks, Buck, everybody but Game came back into the fold. Us as the fans were pretty much like, okay, so everybody's coming back together, but not Game. But we all were kind of conditioned, and we knew like Game had taken it too far. Game took it to a point of no return, whereas nobody else really took it that far. Yayo and 50's conversation was over spoiled milk. You know what I mean? 50 and Banks just seemed to have issues over, Banks not wanting to move as hard on his career, as 50 Cent wanted him to. You know what I mean? Buck and 50 had a simple problem over $300,000. You know what I mean? Like I said a little bit earlier, 50 Cent legitimately made millions with Young Buck. Why would he not invest another $300,000? So he invested the $300,000, I guess, and then he comes back, and he invests another $250,000. I mean, we all heard these details for quite some time now about 50 Cent now going after Young Buck again. You know what I mean? 50 said it. 50 basically saying now that Young Buck is getting put on blast. He's running away from his music career when he has obligations. He has obligations, you guys. Young Buck, you have obligations that you have to complete. Like I said earlier, you guys, I think it's kind of bullshit that Young Buck has to complete a full-length solo album with 50 Cent. I think it would have been better off if Young Buck would have just did the G Unit album. And now we know the G Unit album really is never going to happen. The G Unit album is not going to happen. They put out 2. You know what I mean? They did put out 2. They did put out 2 G Unit projects. The Beauty, the Beast. And nothing materialized. Is that Young Buck's fault? You know what I mean? Is that Young Buck's fault? Let the man move on. You know what I'm saying? Let's let Young Buck move on with his career. But 50 done gave this man a lot of chances. I don't even know what the first deal was for that he was signed up for. Was it for 4 albums? Because Buck only completed 2. Maybe it was for 3 albums. Maybe the first deal was for 3 albums because Lloyd Banks completed 3 albums and he's now moved on from G Unit, right? So maybe it was 3 albums. So Buck got out of 1 album and now he's got out of it. But I don't really feel like Buck got out of the Beauty and the Beast. I feel like, Z says, what do you think about Terminate on Sight? What do you think about Terminate on Sight? Well, Terminate on Sight dropped in 2008, so you're right about that. You're right about that. But in all honesty, I think what would have brought success to Terminate on Sight is if 50 Cent had actually got all of the G Unit guys involved in the album. If he had Banks, Yayo, Buck, and then the addition of the Game from the West Coast. I think that is what would have made the album succeed more than Beg for Mercy. Because let's be honest, they had a lot to live up to with the Beg for Mercy album. Probably my favorite group album of all time. Yeah, Jason, Young Buck did an album with DJ Paul. I'm kind of wondering if 50's going to hold this album up. I'm kind of wondering, will 50 Cent consider making this album a part of Young Buck's G Unit obligations? You know what I mean? It just seems to me, like I was saying a little bit earlier, 50 just keeps on turning down everything that Young Buck wants to do. He legitimately keeps on turning down everything Young Buck wants to do when 50 should, instead of getting his shit wiped off the internet, getting his shit pulled because of G Unit shit, why not just let Young Buck build his career like Max B did? Max B created a hella buzz. Everybody creates a buzz now by putting out music and videos. Why are you holding Young Buck back to be in position to complete your deal? You're holding Young Buck back from being in position to complete your deal. He's evidently trying to make music. And I'm not even going to focus on the other shit. You know what I mean? Kid had actually told me in an interview, he and Young Buck had enough material for an album. So now you're telling me you got a Kid album with Young Buck and you got a DJ Paul album with Young Buck. That's 2 projects right there, man. Why are we making this so complicated? Kyle says, yeah, but Max B is different. Well, look what Young Buck did back in the day, man, jumping on the 3-6 Mafia, Stay Fly. You know what I'm saying? Young Buck was beginning to move around in the industry a little bit to trying to spread his wings in order to become a better artist. I think Young Buck's voice could have worked on many different artist tracks, and he could have built a buzz like that. Maybe he just didn't get as many opportunities because we know at a certain point it was really just Lil Wayne getting all the hip-hop features. What year was that, you guys, when Lil Wayne just really started taking over and getting all of the hip-hop features? Let me get this Kush lit back up, you guys. You know, I appreciate everybody for tapping in on this live tonight. Definite lit live video, July 4th vibes, you guys. 2005, 05 to 08, yeah, 06. Yeah, Lil Wayne was getting all the features at that point, man. We even saw Game wasn't even getting features like that. A lot of people say Game played himself out on some of the features he did. Let me check out this poll. Let me see what's going on in this poll. Best rapper or best career. Guys, remember, in G Unit. We're talking about in G Unit. We're not talking about LAX, Jesus Peace, you know what I mean? All those dope Game albums that didn't necessarily get the recognition because he had departed from Aftermath and G Unit. So they didn't get the same type of shipment, I'm assuming. You know what I mean? When you're a part of a bigger label, a bigger deal is made, and he was a part of Aftermath and G Unit as opposed to Aftermath, G Unit, Interscope as opposed to Geffen Interscope. You know, we all could recognize that, man. You can recognize that. So let's look at it. Best career in G Unit. They say the game. They say the game. He had 2 singles. I guess everyone is saying that the game's 2 singles. Well, no, he had 3 singles, 4 singles if you want to put you on the game. So yeah, he had 4 singles. Okay, let's do Lloyd Banks' singles. On Fire, Karma, I Want to Get to Know Ya. No, hold on. No. Karma, I'm So Fly. I'm So Fly is the third one. Is there another single from Lloyd Banks' album, you guys? Is there another single? I'm not going to consider Smile. Smile was on Beg for Mercy, but it was the setup single. All right, I'm going to take it to Wiki. If Wiki puts it up there, I don't even think that was on the track listing, bro, to be honest with you. I don't even think it was a bonus track, was it? Yeah, he only had 3 singles. Game was on that album too, though. Game was on that album too. Warrior, yeah, there was the double video with Warrior. Ain't No Click. There was a video for that too, wasn't there, bro? Nightman, what was the Ain't No Click video at the end of? For some reason, I remember a video for that. Yo, Rez, but yeah, Beamer, Benz, or Bentley's actually on his 3rd album. We're actually comparing the first album singles right now. Now, Game had 3 singles, I guess, too, but you can consider Put You on the Game as well. You could also consider Higher. You know what I mean? You could also consider Higher as well. They like to consider that one. Hold on. Yep, there we go. Here's the Game singles right here. So the game had they list West Side Story, How We Do, Hate It or Love It, Higher, Dreams, Put You on the Game. So in regard to that, let's go back to Banks. In regard to that, you can add Warrior. In regard to that, you can add Warrior to make it 4. But Game obviously had more singles. Preston says, who do you think had the best career in G Unit? Well, the best career in G Unit obviously had to have been Lloyd Banks, now that I'm thinking about it. Lloyd Banks got the most shows while running with G Unit. You know what I mean? He had the most albums while running with G Unit. The Game wasn't with G Unit long enough to really do all those shows. You know what I mean? So 50, literally, I remember at one point in time, Banks was doing over 150 shows a year from what I read. Maybe it was more than that. So that amount of work, it just shows you right there. Plus the features. Lloyd Banks actually has Snoop Dogg on his first album. He has Snoop Dogg on his first album on I Get High. So that's another high for that. He had Snoop. He had Eminem. He had 50, and he had Game, and he had Nate Dogg until the end. Classic. That's why people consider Hunger for More a classic album. If I had to say tracks I don't like from Hunger for More, there's a few. There's a few on Hunger for More that I'm just not really that into. Andy says, but 50 was sharing half the time on Game's first 2 singles. Well, yeah, that's another reason why those singles are also remembered more, you know what I mean, and taken more seriously than On Fire. And that's why a lot of the singles beat out Shorty Wanna Ride, you know what I mean, or they beat out So Seductive. 50 and Yayo So Seductive is a banger, though, you know what I mean? 50 and Yayo So Seductive is a banger, though, on the real. Yayo just really does a lot with his lyricism, like on Running. That was like, it's up there. If I could, let me see. Let me go. There's got to be, I think there's a few songs. There's probably a few songs on the documentary that are better than Running. I'm about to give y'all a quick little thought on that, though. Let me see. What was better than Running on the documentary? All right, West Side Story. West Side Story, we'll give that the edge. I like Running more than Dreams. Obviously, we'll give Hate It or Love It the edge. I'm not giving Higher the edge. How We Do, we'll give the edge. Don't Need Your Love, wow. Wow, yeah, that one's really good too. But not Church for Thugs, not Put You on the Game. Start From Scratch, I'm going to give it to it. I'm not going to give it to the documentary. Some of these I got to go back and listen to because when you hear them, you just realize it. Like you wouldn't think about it, but I think that the documentary song is the one where he like puts all the classic album titles in the hook. You know, I didn't remember that really until I went back and listened to it a few days ago. Put You on the Game was all right, but I'm not going to give it. I'm not going to put it above Running, man. I like Running more than Put You on the Game. Am I tripping? Oh, yeah, but Where I'm From, I'm giving it to. We Ain't, I'm giving it to. Special, I'm giving it to. Wow. So yeah, there's a lot. The Game's first album, yeah, the Game's first album is definitely the best G Unit recorded album. I mean, maybe I got to go over to Buck's album now. Let me go over to Buck's album because I feel like I'm tripping out on Buck. Yo, Kyle, Tony Yayo actually released his album the same day as Kanye West, The Late Registration. Yeah. Tony Yayo's interview on Vlad TV was dope. Now, there was one part of that interview where Yayo said Beg for Mercy went against Jay-Z's Black Album. Yayo said that they went to number 1. They actually went to number 2 against Jay-Z's Black Album. It was Beg for Mercy versus the Black Album released in November. Now, Yayo's first solo album in 2005, it went against Late Registration, and he went to number 2 against Late Registration. So, yeah, Yayo actually had 2 hip-hop battles right there. 2 hip-hop battles right there. But yeah, salute to Vlad on that interview as well. You know what I mean? He's really doing a lot of shit. I'd like to put a couple of my interviews over on Vlad's channel and shit. I feel like if I was working with a network like, say, No Jumper or a Vlad TV, you know what I'm saying? Or even some working with like, you know, like Gillie and $1 Million Worth of Game or Drink Champs and Nori, I could get a lot more guests to come on the show and shit like that. But honestly, what I've been doing lately is reporting on the news, you guys. That's what I like to come on and do. Obviously, I still do a lot of interviews. I did like 3 interviews last week, and I've got a bunch planned for this week. I got one interview I've been waiting like literally since I listened to this album to do the interview. Yeah, you know, Kanye West actually sold that week that Tony Yayo dropped Thoughts of a Predicate Felon. There was a couple things that went wrong with Thoughts of a Predicate Felon. The first was they had the hot single out, So Seductive. They had the hot-ass single, So Seductive, out, and then they pushed the album back from the end of June to the end of August. It was like, what? Everybody was ready to get that album. We were all ready to get out of school and get that Tony Yayo album. You know what I'm saying? I was damn near ready to cut class. You know what I'm saying? Because that's probably the type of shit I was on back in 05. Cutting class, getting out of there, and going to bump the album and shit like that and smoke some weed. You know what I'm saying? Rep that Tony Yayo shit. He was the hardest one out. Before Max B and French Montana taking out this shit and being the most interesting people in New York, it was Tony Yayo, you guys. That's why I rep Yayo so hard and shit like that. But yeah, when Yayo's debut album came out, he actually was up against Kanye West, Late Registration. Kanye West moved like 800,000 units that week. Yayo could have probably easily moved an extra 75,000 units, probably maybe an extra 85,000 units, and did 300K first week if Kanye hadn't dropped. And let's be real. If they would have dropped the damn album in June. they would have dropped the album in June, Yayo probably could have did more numbers like he had intended on doing. Yeah. Free Yayo was one of the dopest hip-hop campaigns, like I was talking about a little bit earlier, when 50 Cent actually put Tony Yayo up on the mural in the he put him up on the mural in the freaking the Beg for Mercy album cover, but he also featured him on a couple different things, like a couple tracks on the album, but also he featured him on a Buddy. Do you guys remember it? Only the real G-Unit fans will remember that Tony Yayo did a freestyle to My Buddy. I think they did an animated video to it. They did an animated video with 50 Buck and Banks, but then Yayo actually did a freestyle to My Buddy. Yeah, it might have been over the phone in jail. Yep, for sure. What are you talking about, Andy? I've been doing mad interviews with people. But also, this is the new wave, bro. This is the new wave. This is what I do now, bro. I do the news now. You know what I mean? I give my opinion on what's going on in hip-hop nowadays, man. I done interviewed the who's who of hip-hop. Yo Gotti, Rick Ross, you know what I mean? I interviewed the who's who of hip-hop, you guys. Now I feel like getting this knowledge out there, interacting with all of you. That's why I feel like we're going to have one of the most powerful podcasts on the internet. Yeah. Well, I'm about to roll something else up, man. But yeah, let's do it. I always do open questions. Open questions, you guys. Everybody send them in. Send in all your open questions right now. Let's do some open questions, you guys. Yeah, Hands Up was on the second album. He had a bunch of singles on the second album too, like Cake, Hands Up, Help with Kerry Hilson. Yup. G-Unit was doing crazy with them radio freestyles. G-Unit, what up, Sean? Appreciate you for tapping in. Come on, man. Spare me from having to roll up real quick. UFC, we could go Cain Velasquez. You know what I'm saying? We can go Cain Velasquez or something like that. I really like that fight he had with Brock Lesnar. You know what I'm saying? I really like that fight with Lesnar when he just ended that shit the first round. He ended that in the first round. I was like, what? Yeah, so open questions right now, you guys. Much love to UK, Scotland, Dipset, or G-Unit. I'm definitely going G-Unit. I mean, I was just more into the G-Unit guys between like 50, Game, Banks, Yayo, Buck, him signing Mobb Deep and MOP and trying to do deals with Mace and all that, to him even having all the, you know, the affiliations with all the different G-Unit guys from back in the day, like Nice. You know what I'm saying? He had all these affiliations with like Bang'em Smurf and shit like that. He had all these different crazy things going on for G-Unit, to where he went over to the West Coast, linked up with Spider Loc. He did some shit with Hot Rod that didn't really materialize. You know, 50 was doing all types of shit, man. He gave Young Buck the ability to actually create an album, which it looked like there was a lot of interesting people for Buck to link with. You know what I mean? It really did look like there was a lot of interesting people for Young Buck to have on his label, but it really never materialized. The same thing with The Game. You know what I mean? Watching The Game actually, you know, get G-Unit West You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go with G Unit over the lot. Excuse me, not the locks. We didn't get to that one yet. It's gonna be a whole different type of thing when we get to that one. G Unit and the locks. I'm gonna take G Unit over Dipset though. Z says, yeah, Banks, punchline king for sure, man. You know, I got all the respect in the world for Lloyd Banks. I've actually gone to the store and spent my money on his album back in 2004. Shit, 2003. You know what I mean? The Beg for Mercy CD. Hearing him and being thoroughly impressed from what he did when he got the chance to rap on 50's debut album. You know what I'm saying? Doing what he did on those albums and, you know what I mean, translating it from what he was doing on all of the mixtapes. You know what I'm saying? I heard the shit. I watched the shit happen, and I was really impressed by it to see how all those artists carried themselves as artists. Locks or G Unit, different category right here. You see what I'm saying? We got to carry this a whole different way. We got to carry this a whole different way because Jadakiss and Styles P have kind of had careers. Well, they've had careers that have outlasted the G Unit artist career. You know what I mean? You kind of got to look at it like that. Like when Lloyd Banks was in his prime, you know what I'm saying? What you was just saying, he was the punchline king. Jadakiss has sort of never left that prime. You know what I mean? Styles P to a certain extent has definitely changed up. You know what I mean? Styles P has definitely changed up. You can just tell. You know what I'm saying? But Jadakiss is just like, he just seems like he's never changed. And he's just still even on my top list of rappers of all time. It's a hard comparison, though, right there, because you got 50 and shit like that. But, I mean, comparing 50 Cent and Jadakiss isn't really that hard when it comes to comparing them as rappers. It's not like we're talking about BMF. Cash Money or No Limit. Cash Money or No Limit. I mean, I'm going to go Cash Money for sure. Recently, we haven't seen Cash Money been able to solidify many release dates other than, let's say, what's his name? Jacquees. You know what I'm saying? Nah, Fat Joe is a good-ass dude, man. Fat Joe is a good dude. I remember I actually saw Fat Joe at Club Mansion in Miami, Florida. I knew there was probably some tension there, but when I saw Fat Joe, I wanted to make sure that I approached him and I apologized about all that BS that had happened and let him know that, you know, I kind of just wanted like a clean slate. I was like, yo, man, Joe, I apologize for all that shit, bro. I'm Mikey T, the movie star. Fat Joe was like, yo, that's nothing. I was like, yo, since I seen you here, I was like, I just wanted to see you face to face and apologize to you. He's like, yo, that's nothing. He's like, don't even worry about that, man. And I felt good about that. Fat Joe is not scary. Fat Joe is very approachable. You know what I mean? You can tell that from all the deals he's gotten over the years. I mean, from the liquor deals to them actually having Fat Joe on MTV back in the day to do some of the hostings and shit. You could tell that he's a real personable guy and shit like that. But I had to put myself in position like that just to talk to Joe that one time because I wasn't going to go through doing all this shit in the music industry without clearing that up with Fat Joe face to face. And I really appreciate him for saying that night. You think Snoop Dogg will activate Death Row East? Well, if Snoop Dogg does activate Death Row East, man, you know Mikey T, the movie star, is over here ready to go, Big Snoop. We over here ready to go, Big Snoop. You know what I'm saying? $1 million worth of game records. Shout out to my big bro, Gillie Da Kid. I'm just waiting for Gillie Da Kid to activate it and be like, yo, Mikey T, I'm putting the stamp on it. You are $1 million worth of game records. Or whoever calls. I'm waiting for that. Hold on. I don't even want to show you guys who's in my text and shit like that. I don't even just know that some shit is cooking, man. Some shit's cooking. Next level shit, man. G-Funk or G-Unit? Oh, man, I love G-Funk, to be honest with you, man. G-Unit is kind of like gritty pop, you know what I mean? Gangsta pop. But G-Funk was just like, oh, man, it just took over a whole era. So I'm going to go G-Funk. Death Row or Bad Boy? Wow, that's a question right there, man. That's a hard question because you really got to like think about it for a second. You know what I mean? You don't want to, because you got like more. You got groups. Let's think about which one had a group, which one actually had a rap group. What rap group ever was in Bad Boy? You know what I mean? Who do we got? Boys in the Hood. Was it Boys in the Hood that was in Bad Boy? I wasn't really feeling them. Okay, so they had the Locks. They actually had the Locks in Bad Boy. You know what I'm saying? And they are definitely over Dog Pound. So Bad Boy has the edge on Death Row in that regard. So now we got to go to the main figureheads. We got to go to the main figureheads of the group. We've got for Death Row, you've got Dr. Dre, you've got Snoop Dogg, and you've got Tupac. Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Tupac. Main three guys. Bad Boy, you've got Biggie. You've got Mace. Okay, you've got Biggie. You've got Mace. Guys, we got Diddy, but is he really going there? We already used the Locks to go up against the Dog Pound. Are we really going to put Black Rob there? Who do we got to go there up with Big? And, okay, you got Little Kim. Okay, so Little Kim gets Michelet. Little Kim takes on Michelet. So, boom, we got the Locks and we got Lil Kim defeating those aspects of Death Row. Belicio, good point. You got 112. You got 112 as well. So what R&B group does Death Row have? You know what I mean? Nothing really materialized with Ray J at that point in time. You know what I mean? Nothing really. Dunk says Death Row. You got Junior Mafia. All right, so put Junior Mafia up against the Outlaws. Put Junior Mafia up against the Outlaws. You know what I mean? You kind of got a stalemate right there, potentially. Probably Junior Mafia edges them out a little bit. You know what I mean? So now we've got the Locks edging out Dog Pound. We've got Junior Mafia edging out the Outlaws. We've got Little Kim edging out, or not just edging out, Little Kim over Michelet. You know what I'm saying? Michelet's second album didn't do anything. I think it did like 80,000 first week, which is pretty good for now standard. But they had moved Death Row over to Priority at that time, you guys. So Michelet's second album dropped on Priority rather than Interscope. And we were talking about that a little bit earlier with Game's first album and his second album, you know, going over from Aftermath G-Unit to Geffen. You know, so it's all relatable, man. You're going to get these facts here on this channel, man. We can have this conversation every single night of the week, every other. Well, you know what I'm saying? When I go live on the podcast, I need y'all to tune in, is what I'm saying. Let me see. So I saw Craig Mack, but we're not doing Craig Mack. We can't do G Dep. We can't do G Dep. Yeah, we can't forget Lady of Rage. She's amazing. DMX or Jay-Z, don't do that to me, bro. I'll take the shot. I'm taking a shot. Nori, where you at, big bro? I'm taking a shot. Kyle says, I just stumbled across this and it's fire. I appreciate you, Kyle. I hope you subscribe and definitely come back in and join us for more conversation. This is a good one right here. Cam or Lloyd Banks? See, Cam has an interesting career where he switched up his flow, and it took me a little bit to actually appreciate his switched up flow. You know what I mean? It took me a little bit to appreciate his switched up flow, but at the end of the day, I do appreciate it. I appreciate more what Cameron has done as a CEO. You know what I'm saying in regard to that, but in regard to listening to the music, I'm putting on Lloyd Banks music all day. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting on Lloyd Banks music all day. And that doesn't take away from the fact that Cameron is a true lyricist who knows how to really just entertain the people as well. If you guys remember those freestyles when Cam had Jewels and Jim doing their thing, and he was literally just sitting there counting the biggest stack of money. If that didn't inspire you, you know what I mean? Cameron inspired a generation. You know what I'm saying? showed you that you can do it on your own, that you don't need to wait for somebody. That's what Cameron did for me when I was younger watching Cameron. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Big Tigger in the basement. Yeah, that's when I really liked the show, when it was Tigger in the basement, man. Locks versus state property. Locks versus state property. I mean, shit. You look at state property, man, and you got Beans, you got Freeway, you got the Young Guns. You know what I'm saying? Oskino's popular as hell. Like, bro, you can't discount those guys, man. Yup. You got Carl Thomas versus Danny Boy. Dipset Anthem. Yeah, man. Shit. Legendary. I would say DMX was the closest to Pac. You know, 50 is definitely a dope artist as well, but on my list, I usually put Pac right there, or I usually put DMX right there after Pac and Big. You know what I'm saying? And then I put 50 right after Nas and M and Jay-Z. You know, I put him right after there. And I put 50 ahead of, to answer your other question, Legendary, I actually put 50 ahead of Jadakiss. I put him ahead of Lil Wayne as well. Even though Lil Wayne extended his music career a little bit more, at that height of popularity, I still enjoyed 50 Cent's mixtape run a lot more than I enjoyed 50 Cent's mixtape and his underground run a little bit more than Lil Wayne's, or not a little bit more, a lot more than Lil Wayne's mixtape run, as well as his feature run on the industry. Lil Wayne's music that really captivated me was on the Carter 2. The Hustler music too. Obviously, what he was doing on the mixtapes couldn't be denied because he switched his style up 100%. Couldn't be denied that he was all over the television. And then it couldn't be denied that all of that impacted his record sales, where he legitimately became the biggest rapper alive. You know, I do not take that away from Lil Wayne at all. You know, I can't take that away from Lil Wayne. He grinded for it. You know what I mean? Same way that we saw the people that would grind for it. Ludacris coming up onto the scene. T.I. coming up onto the scene. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Even Sheik Luch grinded for it. Since we're talking about the locks, let's not leave Sheik Luch out. Sheik Luch made sure he could release albums. He made sure he was out there getting deals with Koch Records, E1 Records, whatever record label he could attach himself with, to make sure that while he was out there moving with Jada and Styles P, and they were attached still to the biggest labels in the game, he was actually getting material out there. That's one thing I respect about Sheik Luch that I think needs to be noted. Yeah, I like 50's mixtapes better than Wayne's mixtapes. You know what I'm saying? I like 50's mixtapes better than Wayne's mixtapes. I really was messing with everything that Lloyd Banks and Tony Yayo were bringing to the game back then. You know what I mean? I just feel like when Young Buck joined the equation, when Young Buck joined up with them, it was kind of like, oh shit. It was like, what's going to happen here? But Young Buck really completed it with the Beg for Mercy album. It actually made them more well-rounded. Young Buck joining G-Unit made G-Unit more well-rounded, y'all. It legitimately did. It gave them a more commercial appeal. Imagine those singles. It would have worked for Stunt 101. It would have worked for Popping Them Things. But then by the time we get to I Want to Get to Know Ya, the way that Young Buck kicked off that record, I'm just sorry. There's no way that Tony Yayo could have done it like that. You know what I mean? Tony Yayo is my guy from G-Unit, but I'm just keeping it a bean. You know what I'm saying? The way Young Buck came on them tracks, even the way that he mentioned game on Popping Them Things, he set that shit up for the future. He set the game up to come out a year and 2 months from then, a year and a month from then. He set the game up to be able to release his second solo album 3 years from that period in time. Preston says, I feel Wayne's mixtapes were better because he made everybody's song his own. That's the same thing that 50 Cent did, bro. Preston. That's the same thing that 50 Cent did. The only thing that was different about Wayne and 50 Cent's runs was that 50 and Wayne were both taking, you know what I mean? They were both doing that, but Wayne would also get featured commercially. Like he was getting checks cleared to actually feature on, he was actually getting checks cleared to actually feature on, you know, all the industry songs. But Wayne was doing a lot of original music too as well, wasn't he? With like people like even like Robin Thicke and shit like that. And then Kay says Hands Up was a fire song. Hands Up was cool. I really don't know why it was underappreciated by everybody. You know what I mean? I really don't know why it was underappreciated by everybody. I really felt like to be honest with you, I felt like Hands Up was better than On Fire. Tell me in the chat, you guys, am I bugging to say that Hands Up was better than On Fire? Like, am I bugging when I say that or what? But I really just felt like it was better. Lloyd Banks actually went on the record and said that Hands Up was more of mixtape lyrics that he was using. So maybe that was one of the reasons it didn't connect as well. Kyle says, whatever happened to Stat Quo? Wasn't he an Eminem and 50 Cent project or just under Aftermath? Well, Kyle, Stat Quo was actually the next project under Eminem and Dr. Dre. Much like Shady Aftermath came together to put out 50 Cent, Stat Quo was going to be an artist from Atlanta under Shady Aftermath. You know, like Dre had his own artist, M had his own artist. M had Obi Trice. Dre wasn't necessarily involved with that. You know what I'm saying? But Stat Quo was supposed to come out and release the album Statlanta under Shady Aftermath, which would have been cool, but we never got it. You know, especially hearing Stat Quo's flow featured on, what was it, the Encore album with the 50 Cent song that they had together and shit. Stat Quo definitely seemed like he had a dope flow. Now, as far as what happened to Stat Quo would go on to have a relationship with the game. Stat Quo would also, I guess, go on to have a relationship with several other artists, you know what I mean, as management. Kind of crazy to think that, you know what I mean? He had such a dope flow that he would then move on to management. I don't think Stat Quo was whack. I actually thought his flow was dope. Jason says, I always wanted to hear more. I always wanted to hear more from Stat Quo. Let me try this poll, you guys. Let me see what's up with this poll. We got the best in June. I want to know who was the best Shady Aftermath or the best Shady. I'm going to figure it out. I'm about to put this poll up right now. Let's do a little bit of a different poll. Who do we got, man? We got who do we got here? We got who else was on Shady? Who else was on Shady besides D12, Obi Trice, and Stat Quo? Yellow Wolf? Yellow Wolf, I guess, right? Okay, we Gucci. Ah, damn it. You're right. Yep, Slaughterhouse. You're right.
Obviously, I'm not going to put 50 Cent on the list, you guys. I'm not putting 50 Cent on the list because he'll just get all the votes. You know what I mean? I want to honestly get what you guys think. Who was the best signed? Who was the best signed to Eminem? Was it Slaughterhouse, who Eminem picked up after their first independent album? Shout out to Royce the 5'9" for actually coming on the channel and giving me an exclusive interview. Yeah, shout out to Royce the 5'9" for coming on the channel and giving me an exclusive interview. He broke down a lot of the Slaughterhouse story for me, but obviously watching how it went down, Slaughterhouse would end up signing the Shady after they ended up signing the Shady after their first album came out. See, so we got Slaughterhouse, we've got the classic D12, who actually released 2 albums under Shady that both went platinum, multiple times platinum. Obi Trice, who released 2 albums under Shady, and then I believe he opted out of his deal. Somebody tell me, what was the third? Oh, it was called Bottoms Up. Was Bottoms Up still on Shady, you guys? Was Bottoms Up still on Shady, you guys? Look it up for me if you can. Damn, we got no votes for Stat Quo. Everybody vote in the poll right now. Everybody vote in that poll right now, you guys. Everybody vote in that poll. Yeah, Royce the 5'9" gave me one of the best interviews, man. I really appreciate him for tapping in with me for that exclusive interview. And I really appreciate y'all for tapping in on this live podcast tonight. Nah, Cheers was the first. I want to say the last album was Second Rounds on Me. You know what I mean? But let me check that out real quick. Because he had Bottoms Up third. Bottoms Up was his third album. And it dropped, yep, his last album was actually Second Rounds on Me. Second Rounds on Me. Let me just make sure that, no, Bottoms Up was 2012. All right, Second Rounds on Me was 2006, and it dropped on Shady. That was his last one on Shady, you guys. Yep. Yep. Philly 74 says Second Round on Me was fired. Yeah, it definitely was. He had some really good singles on there, you guys. He was always laced with really good singles, from Nate Dogg to Akon, you know what I'm saying? He was always laced with some good singles. And then Eminem was actually I guess Eminem did something on his song where he featured Obi Trice's voice at the beginning of one of his songs. That was one of the marketing ploys that they actually used to get Obi Trice's name out there. So they were doing some things for Obi, man. You know, Obi was a dope artist. Obi was a dope artist, man. It just seemed like, I guess his career didn't take off as big as Interscope would have liked. You know what I'm saying? So that's eventually why they stopped putting marketing dollars into Obi Trice, much like maybe some of the other G-Unit members as well. You know, when the albums weren't selling as big as 50 Cent, you know what I mean? They wanted to put out albums that were going to sell 1 million copies in a week. That's what they were interested in doing. Even though Beg for Mercy sold 350,000 copies, Interscope probably wasn't impressed with that. It's like 350,000. If we would have put out another 50 Cent album in November of 2003, it would have sold 1.35 thousand. You know what I mean? It would have sold 1,350,000. Never mind 350,000 50 Cent. What? He's like, nah, you don't understand. You don't understand. By putting out the Beg for Mercy album, now we're going to have the opportunity to release Young Buck, to release Lloyd Banks, to release Tony Yayo. And look what they did. They ended up putting out Lloyd Banks, 440,000 first week. They ended up putting up Young Buck, 261,000 first week in 2004. Well, Interscope is like, well, Fifth,
Why couldn't you have just released 2 more albums in 2004? So you could have released 2 albums in 2003 and 2 albums in 2004. He's like, well, then we got The Game coming out in 2005, January, and we'll drop my album in March of 2005. And then we're going to come out with Tony Yayo's album in August of 2005. And then we're going to follow it up with the Get Rich or Die Trying soundtrack in November of 2005. So how about that? And that's what 50 Cent did. That's what he did. He put out 4 albums. He put out 4 albums from G Unit in 2005. How were the sales for that? 580,000 for the Games documentary in January. They pushed back the massacre. They pushed back the massacre, you guys, to March. So they don't push it back that much, to March. And it sells 1.1 million. They pushed back Yayo's project from June to August for some reason. They push it back from June to August for some reason. And then Yayo has to wait till August to come out. And Yayo sells 215,000. Then the Get Rich or Die Trying soundtrack comes out. The Get Rich or Die Trying soundtrack drops in November of 2005. 2 years after the Get Rich or Die, the Beg for Mercy album. And this album actually does 320,000 in the first week. So pretty good, about 100,000 more than Tony Yayo. So basically, 50 got him by 2005. By 2005, it was kind of like, okay, what do you want, 4? What do you want, 4 50 Cent albums by 2005? Yeah, we could have did 2 50 Cent albums, but now we also got a Tony Yayo album that moved 215,000 albums, and we got a soundtrack album that moved 320,000. So you need to let me release more albums. So 2005 goes around. We get to 2006. November, they make him wait all the way to May. May for the Blood Money album, Mobb Deep. This album dropped May 2nd, 2006. The album actually moved 106,000 units first week. 106,000 units. This is the lowest G Unit sales to date, you guys. It was over for G Unit at that point. I think a lot of people at the label were like, oh my God. They didn't let another G Unit album come out until October. They didn't let another G Unit album come out till October. Lloyd Banks, October 10th, 2006, dropped The Hunger for More. And Lloyd Banks moved 143,000 records first week, with Hands Up as the lead single. The only lead single here, Hands Up. He had The Cake, which I think was at the end of the video. Oh, no, he had Help as well. I don't know why nobody gives Help the respect it deserves. I don't know why nobody gives Help the respect it deserves. Appreciate you, Preston. Much love on that, man. Anybody in here that hasn't subscribed, make sure you subscribe right now. Rocco says, when 50 signed Mobb Deep and MOP and would have signed Mace to G Unit Records, he would have dominated the hip-hop industry. Yeah, so 2006, he only gets the opportunity to release Lloyd Banks, and he only gets the opportunity to release Mobb Deep. Then they wouldn't get another chance. So October all the way to March, Young Buck's next album. And then March to September, Curtis, 2007. What came after Curtis, you guys? 2008, right? Terminate on Sight. One of the guys just brought it up, how he did Terminate on Sight in 2008.
And then after that, I believe we got Before I Self-Destruct in 2009 or some shit. Olivia's album got canceled in 2006 for some reason. Yeah, Olivia was working on an album. They released a pre-promo single. They released a promo single called Twist It, featuring Lloyd Banks. This single released after Candy Shop, obviously. So that would have, let me see, where would have, you see, they could have been able to fit her album in 2006. They had 4 albums drop in 2005. Why did they get cold feet on Olivia? Why did they get cold feet on Spider Loke? Why did they get cold feet on Hot Rod? They just started getting cold feet on 50 Cent all of a sudden. Yep, Before I Self-Destruct 2009. And then what do we have after that? Lloyd Banks, Hunger for More. Hunger for More 2. Let's see, what year was that? That was that's what followed it. 2010, The Hunger for More 2. So now we're literally down to 1 album a year, you guys. You know, Hunger for More 2 dropped on G-Unit/EMI. So G-Unit is officially done with Interscope at that point. Let's see. And this album actually sells 49,000 copies first week. 49,000 copies. 50 Cent, Before I Self-Destruct. And then I want to say the next album was actually 2012. It was 2012's so Before I Self-Destruct is still Shady Aftermath, Interscope. And then the next album from 50 was 2012's Animal Ambition. Was that 2012? Yeah, nope, 2014. Did they really go 4 years? Did G-Unit really go 4 years without releasing another album, you guys? Were there any G-Unit albums between 2010 and 2014 that released besides Animal Ambition? Because this was also G-Unit Caroline. So they go from EMI to Caroline, I guess. Well, Pete, the album Hunger for More 2 actually dropped on EMI, so they weren't with the same label anymore. So I don't know about undershipping. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't really know about undershipping when it comes to that. But they had moved to a whole nother label. I think that's what had more to do with it. The fact that they weren't on a powerhouse label like Interscope anymore. Everybody thinks like, oh, it's going to be so sweet when we move to an independent label. Oh, it's going to be so sweet when we're just making all the money from an indie. You know what I mean? Whoa. What's going to be sweet about it when nobody's promoting your shit? What's going to be sweet about it when you've got no television spots? What's going to be sweet about it when no one's gifting all of your music to the radio and nobody wants to let you into the buildings and shit like that? You already know, Angel. Appreciate you for tapping in tonight, man. Appreciate you for tapping in. We're about to hit 25,000 views on this live tonight. Stanley says, what's your views on Game and 50 beefing again? Game and 50 beefing again, man. You could kind of say they're beefing again. Game is actually going out there and saying a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? Because he didn't get showed the love that he wanted, I don't think. So now we're going from the Game saying, like, because we saw over the last few years, the Game pop up on 50 Cent. It's been all hugs and daps and buying him bottles and buying out his liquor and showing 50 that he's giving him love. So that's what's really confusing me when it comes to the Game saying that he has beef with 50 Cent at this point. The Game said recently that it's funny that 50 is now cool with Fat Joe and Jada and Nas while he's still beefing with him. Well, Game, you've made it pretty obvious to all of us watching that you are not technically beefing with 50 Cent.
You and 50 have met up on several occasions, seemingly shook hands. You did the whole huddle with one another and we're talking. You bought his bottles. You sent him bottles. You're just as cool with 50 as any of the other guys. So that's really where I'm at with that whole thing, man. Yeah, Jeff, the Beast is G Unit. The Beast is G Unit. I don't know. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you, Jeff. That's what they came out with next after Animal Ambition. They came out with the Beauty of Independence. They came out with the Beast is G Unit. Yep, you're 100% right about that. And honestly, I don't know why Young Buck isn't able to use those albums, The Beast is G Unit, The Beauty of Independence, as his G Unit contracted albums. Like, guys, do you see what I mean by that? Like, what sense does it make for the game? What sense does it make, for Young Buck to not get any credit for those G Unit albums that 50 Cent put out? Like, why would Young Buck not get any credit for that? I think he does get credit for that. I think that is being overlooked. You know what I mean? It kind of reminds me of a lot of other rappers' deals who have got locked into contracts. He's getting sued because he owes 50 Cent $250,000. Pretty much like back in the day when 50 helped him with the whole tax thing. And apparently 50 had given him like 250 to 300,000 back then. You know, kind of like when he helped him back then. Now 50 ain't playing. 50 has a new slogan. Give me my money by Monday. 50 waits a little bit longer than Monday, but he's seriously after the money right now, you guys. He's seriously after the money right now, you guys. But my only question is, how are you going to get the money if you block every piece of this man's music? If Young Buck makes an album with DJ Paul, and he gets a buzz, if Buck gets a buzz, you guys, why wouldn't he be able to come back with an album on G Unit, which 50 apparently has him contracted for? Let the man work his magic. Hell, if you find the DJ Paul album to be that good, come together with DJ Paul, 50. Come together with DJ Paul and have a conversation about releasing that project under G Unit. Releasing that project to the point where you can get a piece of it. You know, like just blocking the man from releasing an album, it just doesn't really seem like the right thing to do if you're really looking at trying to make some money. It's kind of like Lil Meech getting arrested for that whole watch thing. Are they going to let Lil Meech sit in jail while he needs to be filming BMF? I don't think so. Are you going to really take away Young Buck's instrument of influence? So now he has no way to influence anybody. So now why does anybody give a damn about what he's ever going to release if we have no way to hear his music? Oh, you're just going to lock Young Buck in a soundproof room. You know what I mean? And be like, yo, record until you can come out with a hit. That's what the man was doing. He was trying to find a hit the same way that G Unit found I Get Money, the same way that G Unit found I'm a Rider Part 2. You know what I mean? How is Young Buck? And I don't know, what do y'all think, man? Do y'all agree? Like, I kind of feel like 50 should have leave Buck alone in that situation. He should let him release music and see what catches in the general public. And once Buck makes a record and gets lit, then 50 Cent can actually put the album out. Like 50's kind of working against himself right now, I feel like, you guys. By just blocking everything that the man is doing, you're working against yourself at the end of the day. I just don't get it. He's already seen a little example of what Young Buck could do when he has the right machine behind him. You know what I mean? Let me take a look at the poll. I put it up in the poll. Vote in the poll if you haven't right now. I want everybody on here to vote in the poll. If you have not voted in the poll, make sure you vote right now. It's the best shady artist. Obviously, I left out 50 Cent. I want everybody on here to follow me on Instagram as well. I want y'all to follow me on the gram. Let's take a look at the poll. Let's take a look at the poll. The best artist on Shady. Right now, Obi Trice. Wow. Obi Trice is leading the poll. Obi Trice is leading the poll, you guys. Obi Trice is leading the poll with 36%. Who do you guys believe is the hottest artist signed to Eminem? I've got Slaughterhouse. We all know who Slaughterhouse is. Royce the 5'9", Joe Budden, Crooked Eye, Joel Ortiz. We've got D12. We've got Obi Trice. And we've got Stat Quo. Right now, actually, Slaughterhouse is leading with 36% of the vote. Slaughterhouse just took the lead. Slaughterhouse just took the lead, you guys. What do y'all think? Vote in the poll right now if you haven't. I need everybody on here to vote on the poll right now. We only got 80 votes in the poll, y'all. So if you can't see the poll, just refresh the page and it'll bring the poll up right now. But best artist on Shady. Best artist on Shady. Oh, I got to finish rolling this up. I'm rolling up some runch, y'all. My guy's smoking on some pink runts. Very good strain. Yeah, Cavillo's Evil Twin says he owes him $250,000. Yep. And he's trying to get it before the whole bankruptcy thing happens. Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. The fact that 50 Cent ended up signing Young Buck back to G Unit and he gave him an advance. Yo, Fifth. What's the advance? $250,000. Sounds like the best advance I ever had. Buck, I had previously got you a $750,000 advance. Still, it's a really great advance. Best artist, Royce. Best artist, Royce. Well, you know we got Royce bunched in with Slaughterhouse, but Royce has actually released albums with Eminem. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully we see more albums with them. The Bad Meets Evil. Would definitely love to see that. I know Royce is still in the studio. From what I see on his, you know what I mean? From what I see on his Instagram page, I'd be following Royce. Royce is the best. So yeah, vote for Slaughterhouse if that's the case. You know, Slaughterhouse was picked up by Shady. Slaughterhouse was picked up by Shady after their first album did pretty well. I think it only sold about 25,000 copies. Slaughterhouse would go on to Shady and sell about 75,000 copies. First week, of course. think we all know about the Young Buck and the 50 Cent situation dating back many years to when 50 Cent actually bailed Young Buck out of that whole dilemma he was going through from not knowing really how to do his taxes. You know, Young Buck, in his own words, was confused. Young Buck, in his own words, was confused, you guys. Young Buck was actually confused in that whole situation, and he needed Big Bro to be there to pretty much guide him. You know, 50 had been through a whole lot with his finances changing. You know, 50 went through everything that Young Buck was going through. But, you know, like my guy Twiz was saying earlier, he was like, yo, like, he looked at all the G Unit members and they were like living the same lifestyle as him. And 50 was kind of just like, how are you all living the same lifestyle as me? Like, what the hell? Are you guys like, you kidding me right now? Are you like not like watching your paper or something like that? What do you think did you just sign are you doing hooks for $500,000 right now? Is that what it is? Them, but nah, yeah. Migos versus G Unit. What's your thoughts? Not much thoughts on Migos versus G Unit. I mean, Migos are dope. You know what I mean? I watched the Migos come up from wearing gold chains. You know what I mean? Getting gold chains put on them just so they could have the right representation, just so they could look right, just so they could look the part. You know what I mean? We all witnessed what happened with the Migos early on. Chief Keef tried to shut the Migos down. A lot of people tried to shut the Migos down, you guys. A lot of people tried to go at the Migos and act like they didn't have any type of credibility in the industry. But what did they do? What did they do, you guys? The Migos actually kept on working. The Migos actually kept on producing music. And then look what happened with QC, biggest label in the game. You know what I mean? We see what happened with Lil Baby now. You know what I mean? Lil Baby has now taken a lead on the Migos. A lot of history. A lot of people thought, oh, Young Thug was going to be the biggest one, bigger than the Migos and shit like that, because the Migos were in a group. They're like, yo, the Migos are in a group. Don't know how that's really going to work out. You know what I mean? It's usually a single guy that's going to blow up. The Migos blew up a lot bigger than Young Thug. It was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy, man, because I think a lot of people would have put their money on Young Thug in that situation. Myself included, you know what I mean? Lyor Cohen believed like in Young Thug like crazy. Everybody was just waiting for something to happen. We never got the High Tunes album. But Young Thugger really has a whole lot of talent. I really hope I wish him well in this whole current predicament that he's in. It really sucks to see. It really sucks to see what he's going through with his whole team. Yeah. Yeah, bro. Does that hurt, bro? Does that hurt? Does that hurt calculated that I could blow a 50 on a 2-hour blog? Does that hurt you that I could blow a 50 over here? That I could blow $100 worth of weed on a 4-hour blog? We getting straight to the business over here, but we also smoking the best kush. We also smoking the best kush. Let me take a look at that poll. You guys. Best artist on Shady. Slaughterhouse is in the lead, you guys. Slaughterhouse is in the lead right now. Slaughterhouse has 37% of the vote. This is your last chance to affect the voting poll. I'm leaving the voting poll up for another 5 minutes. Yes, sir. We can see you, bro. We can definitely see you. I can see everybody in the chat. I can see you all in the chat. Make sure y'all hit that like button if you support the channel. Make sure you hit the like button. Everybody on here, make sure you click this link and go follow me on Instagram. I want y'all to pop in on my Instagram live videos. I want y'all to pop in on my Instagram live videos and shit like that. I want everybody to check out Bella's video. Whoever drops a comment on Bella's video called Right For You, I will follow you back on Instagram. As long as you screenshot it and tag me in your story. Whoever tags me in their story and tags Bella in their story, I will follow you back on Instagram. You heard? Hell yeah, I listen to drill music. Salute to my guy, G's Gasoline. Salute to my bro, G's Gasoline. That's my bro right there. He's going to think I'm crazy right now, sending him this link at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Bro. No, I haven't heard of. Yeah, everybody follow me on Instagram right now if you haven't already. If you haven't followed me on Instagram right now, follow me. And like I said, if you comment on Bella's video and you tag me in your story, I will follow you back. Make sure you tag Bella too. She's got like 11,000 followers. She's the official lobby girl. You might get a post. She might repost for you if you're looking to get your streams up and shit like that. Also, if you're looking to get a hook from a female or something like that. Or if you're just trying to stay in tune with what we're doing on this side. You know what I'm saying? Cavillo, what town you in? Yeah, Belicio. Damn right Jay can't stay out the studio. And that's for good purpose too. You know what I mean? Jay-Z is making timeless music. Jay-Z is proving that whole age thing that artists had thought about in the past. Some dudes is like, I heard my guy Millie saying he thought at 30 it was a rap, but now he realizes Blanco 5, he realizes his shit is really just going through the roof, and he's getting to his prime. You know what I mean? Millie's is really getting to his prime. That's one of the dudes I support. Benny the Butcher is another one of the dudes I support. I remember I seen Benny in the Bronx. Tony Moxberg was filming a video, Love, that he had me out to. Shout out to my big bro, Murda and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And they had me out to the video, and I seen Benny the Butcher, and I looked him in the eyes. Well, Benny actually seen me, came over, shook my hand, because I drove up to Buffalo and seen him. I wanted to give Benny his moment. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to let Benny do his thing. He was filming. You know what I'm saying? So I was talking my shit with people. You know what I'm saying? A bunch of people in the Bronx was walking up to me and shit. Like, yo, Mikey T, you be on the killing it on the blogs and shit, man. Yo, Mikey T. And I'm like soaking up all the love, and it was really dope. Benny came over. We shook hands, and I told Benny, I was like, yo, you're the best rapper alive right now. You're the best rapper alive right now. That's what I told Benny the Butcher, and he remembered that shit. He had told me that. He told me he remembered that shit. So that's some real shit. That's who I think is the best rapper alive right now. Benny the Butcher is going to do a whole hell of a lot, y'all. He's going to do a whole hell of a lot. I support people like that. People like Tony Moxberg. People like Tony Moxberg who show me love and shit. You know what I mean? Let me go find his IG real quick so y'all can go follow Tony Moxberg and tell him Mikey T sent you. Tony Moxberg is always doing music with D-Block. He's always doing music with the dopest artist. I'll go follow Tony Moxberg, y'all. That's one of the dopest artists doing his thing right now. But I'm going to ask y'all final questions. Final questions. I'm taking 5. I'm taking 5 or 6, 7 more questions. Whoever has final questions, y'all can send them in right now. Whatever questions you guys got. Well, Stanley, I was just kind of addressing that, bro. Why people put an age limit on rappers. That kind of is getting thrown out the window right now, man. That's kind of getting thrown out the window. And I'm going to say it. I'm going to be on here. I plan on doing this blogging shit for the next 40 years. You know what I'm saying? I plan on coming on here doing this blogging shit for the next 40 years, you guys. So why are we going to stop these artists? I remember back in the day hearing Dre and Snoop say they would be in a retirement home coming out of it doing their shows. I heard them say that shit, you guys. There should not be any age limits on hip hop music. There should not be any age limits on performance until it's like drastically affecting you in certain ways. There should not be any age limits based on me coming on here and doing my podcast. Not until my lungs collapse. Who said it? I ain't going to stop until my lungs collapse. Who said it? You can find Bella's IG probably right in the link in description, or it's actually right there. There isn't an age limit. Exactly, Stinky. But, you know, that's been the perception for a number of years. Like I said a little bit earlier, a lot of artists would get into the game. A lot of artists would get into the game and say shit like, yo, it's a young man's sport. You know what I mean? It's a young man's game. You know, that's what a lot of people would say. But a lot of times now, we're coming to figure out, you guys, that a lot of times now, people don't even get in their prime until they're in their 40s. You know what I mean? People don't even get to their prime until they're in their 40s. So we really can't discount somebody doing music in their 40s, in their 50s. You know what I mean? Jay-Z is a musician. Nas, musician. 50 Cent, musician. You know what I'm saying? These guys are people. We'll be looking forward to a 50 Cent album when he's 50 years old. It'll be the 50th 50 Cent anniversary. I want to buy a 50 Cent album just because he's 50 years old. Yeah, everybody go follow Bella K. Like I said, whoever follows Bella K and tags me in it, post it on your story, tag me on it, I'm going to follow you back. I'm letting everybody on here know, whoever goes on there and follows Bella K, tag me on your story, I'll repost it and all that. And I will follow you back as well. We're doing final questions. Let me go check out the poll. Let me check out this poll right now. Best artist on Shady. Best artist on Shady. I'm leaving the poll up for 2 more minutes, you guys. Yo, bro. Giving y'all 2 more minutes on the poll. Vote in the poll right now, y'all. Yo, Stinky, if you keep posting that, post it as a super chat, bro. Relax. Yeah, that was the important thing of it, man. Benny the Butcher's doing his thing. Vote in the poll right now. I'm about to end the poll in 1 minute, you guys. I'm about to end that poll in 1 minute, y'all. So I want to know, who do y'all think was the best artist on Shady not Shady Aftermath, just Shady. We're not incorporating Shady Aftermath. I hear you, Andy. I see that. Yeah, Stat Quo is at the bottom of the poll with 8%. Stat Quo has 8% in this poll, you guys. Right now, leading the poll is Slaughterhouse with 35%. Slaughterhouse with 35%, you guys. D12 in third place with 24%. Obi Trice in second place with 32%. And Stat Quo in fourth place with 8%. All right, guys, I'm going to give you 30 more seconds if you want to vote in the poll. Everybody has 30 more seconds to vote in the poll right now. I'm going to light this up. I'm going to give you all the last few seconds to vote in the poll. Obi is a close second. Yeah, Obi released 2 albums as well. Cheers, Second Round's on Me. So that's interesting to note. D12's albums were bigger than Obi Trice's. You know, D12's albums were bigger than Obi Trice's. You could make the argument that D12's albums were bigger than Obi Trice's because of the fact that Eminem was involved. You know what I mean? You could make that argument. I don't really think that's the predominant argument of it. The sales numbers dropped drastically between Obi's first and his second album, and it really didn't make all that much sense because Obi had really good singles. Obi had good singles. Like Snitch with Akon was a dope-ass single. I don't know why that didn't make people run out to buy the Second Rounds on Me. Didn't really make all that much sense to me, you guys, that people didn't actually go out and buy that album. But yeah, I agree. Obi Trice is close second. And all right, so I'm going to end the poll. You guys, I'm ending the poll. You guys got 30 seconds. If anybody wants to put in their last vote. Cavillo, you are hilarious, bro. No, nobody wants to hear 50 at 50. I bet you, and we'll check in. We'll check in because it's probably a few years away. I bet you we get a 50th anniversary album when he's 50 Cent. I bet you we do. A lot of these albums, they release projects sporadically. It's pretty awesome. You know what I mean? It's pretty awesome. And they make money off of it. We saw Mace come back and forth in the game multiple times. It's a little bit different now. You know what I mean? Than when Mace would originally do it, coming back and forth, jumping in, jumping out, getting a big check. It's a little bit different nowadays. You know, you just can't come out of retirement and sell an easy million records out the gate. It's more about streaming. You know what I mean? You really got to create music that people want to stream, that people want to play. It's not about the novelty so much. If the novelty, it could wear off really easily. It's like, oh, well, there's no real bangers on there, and they didn't get my $12 already. That type of shit could happen. All right, y'all, I'm ending the poll in 10 seconds right now. Slaughterhouse, D12, Obi Trice, Stat Quo. Who had the best album? Who had the best career on Shady Interscope? Which one of Eminem's artists was the best? Slaughterhouse, D12, Obi Trice, or Stat Quo? I'm giving y'all 2 more seconds to vote, and I'm ending the poll. Slaughterhouse has won. Slaughterhouse is the best signing from Eminem. And yeah, I got to say, man, it was cool to see that Eminem could actually sign a group of MCs similar to the way I should have added Conway up there, damn it. Similar to the way that he signed Conway and all those guys, you know what I mean? West Side Gun, you know what I mean? Sort of the way that he worked with them, putting out real music. D12, those were his friends. D12 has 27% of the votes right now, you guys. D12 is at 27%. Obi Trice, Detroit's own Obi Trice. Real name, no gimmicks. Cavillo says Obi Trice is completely underrated. Arik says Obi Trice, real name, no gimmicks. Yeah, people know the moniker. Well, yeah, Philly. I didn't want to include 50 Cent. I didn't want to include 50 Cent on the list just because it would be pretty obvious. You know, I wanted to make it. Oh, damn. Dude is really jealous. That sucks, man. It sucks that you're jealous and I'm in here with like thousands of people tonight, bro. And it's like you're just hating because, you know what I mean? You're like, damn, Mikey T's doing his thing now. Mikey T's doing his thing now, baby. Yo, we're out here getting it every single day. You know what I mean? This just didn't come overnight. Well, Tom, you're going to have to rewind the video. I literally went over the whole conversation with Wack 100 and Gillie Da Kid. It was freaking amazing. I got really animated. I had my co-host SV Twiz from Philly in here tonight, basically breaking down and analyzing the whole situation. And then we went over the whole static with Young Buck. We went over all the static with Young Buck and 50 Cent. Yeah, that's right. We had a great episode tonight. I want everybody in here. I'm going to put my IG up. I'm going to put my IG up. I want y'all to shoot me that follow on social media. I want y'all to make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you don't miss me on live. Whenever you see Mikey T, the movie star, going live, make sure you tap in on my videos. Make sure you tap in on my videos, you guys. Make sure you head over to Instagram and follow me. Like I said, whoever shoots Bella K, whoever comments on Bella K's video and sends me a screen recording of it, a screenshot of it, tag me on my story. I will follow you back if you want the official follow. If not, just shoot me a follow on the gram. I'd really appreciate it. Make sure you're tuned in to all my live videos, you guys. I really appreciate everybody tuning in tonight on the live podcast, y'all. I'm really glad everybody tuned in tonight. We hit 25,000 views. We just hit 25,000 views on tonight's live podcast, you guys. I really appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. I want everybody in here who hasn't hit the like button to hit that like button right now. I'm ending the poll. Right now. Best artist on Shady. It looks like Slaughterhouse got it. D12 is just catching up right now. D12 is just catching up right now to Obi Trice, but Obi Trice is going to end it in second place. D12 in third, followed by Stat Quo. Let me end the poll right now. Definitely appreciate everybody for tapping in tonight. It's been an epic live episode. Make sure you tap in with Mikey T, the movie star, on the next one, you guys. I definitely appreciate y'all. See you next time, man.